I'd like to start the meeting. So yes, if everyone can take their seats. Okay. Be it resolved that the meeting be called to order and that the agenda for the meeting be adopted as circulated. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Paquin moves. Can I have a seconder? Councilor Bichetti seconds it. Any questions? None? Can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Go down to number 3. There is an addendum to the meeting that we have in front of you that will be discussed later on. I would be it resolved that council accept the following addition, deletions, or changes to the agenda, which is to add the addendum. Can I have a mover for it, please? Councilor Bichetti moves. Can I have a seconder for it?
I'll second it.
Councilor Paquin seconds it. Any comments, questions?
Yeah, I don't know why we're doing this now. I think this should be done after the public hearing. Because if, we have a different outcome than we expect, we're just transferring back and forth.
Yeah, we can discuss that when we do the when we do the administration report. We can take it further than that at that point.
Okay.
Okay. Can I call for the vote, please? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Carried. Going to have to go into our planning session now. So council wishes to thank everybody that's taken an interest in what's happening to your municipality by attending this meeting. The purpose of this public hearing is to receive representation from the applicant and any persons who wish to make their concerns what is proposed. We will hear first from the applicant, then from those who presented, who wish to make presentations, starting with anyone who wants to speak in favor of the proposal, followed by those who are opposed or object to the proposal. At the end of these presentations, the applicant will have an opportunity to respond. If anyone intends to make presentation for any of the hearings scheduled for this evening, please make sure your name is recorded at the desk and provide your name and contact information, and on the appropriate sign-in sheet located at the desk at the front of council chambers. Applicants may also sign in. If you haven't signed in, please do so now so you have an opportunity to speak to council. At the end of each presentation, council may ask for a clarification from the speaker on any facts or issues, but will not enter into a debate. The person speaking must address the chair, and if any questions that they think the applicant should answer, they should raise them in their presentation on the chair. The applicant will have an opportunity to respond to the questions when other presentations is finished. There will also be no heckling and comments from the audience as the presentation and the public hearing is going on. So first on the agenda is, make sure I got this right. So first on the agenda is to start the public hearing. Be it resolved that the meeting of council recess for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant to section 1 of the Planning Act. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Can I have Councilor Paquin moves? Can I have a seconder? Councilor Bichetti seconds it. Any comments, questions? None. Can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, carried. I will go now to the planner and ask the planner to make this presentation.
Good evening, council members. Good evening, everybody. So the first item tonight is a conditional use application CU 10-2023, which is coming back to council for the third time. The address is at 1201 Miller Road, roll number 231600. The intent is the gun club and shooting ranges are listed as a conditional use in the AAT agricultural zone. The applicant is wanting to expand the existing use on site. This is the conditional use table. It shows what the subject site is zoned, AAT, and in that zone, gun clubs and shooting ranges are considered a conditional use approval from council. This is the subject site and the surrounding area as currently shown on our mapping system. I just want to quickly show the application timeline to everybody here. This application first came to council on May 11, 2023. Application first came to council. The application was tabled while council requested for the following information: soil analysis, sound analysis, architectural design, and burn mitigation methods. So it was tabled during the first meeting. On July 13th, 2023, the application came back to council. The public hearing continued and was tabled again for the applicant to provide further information, specifically about building design and acoustic materials being proposed. It was tabled, like I said, and today we're here, October 12, 2023. The applicant is to present new information regarding building design and acoustic material. RRPD is recommending three conditions for now, if council wishes to approve this application. And one of them is that the conditional use be limited to what is being requested. Applicant owner obtains all required permits from RRPD, and that a lot grading plan be prepared by a qualified engineer and submitted to the RM. For now, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Does council have any questions for the planner?
Yes, I do. Okay, on the conditional use approvals, it says the conditional use is only for what's being proposed. So right now they're proposing upgrading the inside shooting range. So does that mean there's no more conditional use for the outside range?
So
Just the way it's worded?
so the way it's worded here is that the conditional use is limited to what the applicant is asking for tonight, which is for the upgrade to the existing indoor shooting range. It doesn't have anything to do with the outside shooting range or the outside one.
Okay, so then if you go back where you were listed what we first tabled it for on, what was that date? Go one ahead
July
from here.
13th. July 13th?
Yeah, July, the May 11th one, there was 4 things we asked for.
Yes.
We haven't gotten all that.
So that is what the applicant is going to be responding to tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question for
Go
the
ahead,
planner.
Councilor, Clyburn?
Okay, so to the planner, you say, oh, all we're here for is the building. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, that is what this application is about.
So the conditional use is granted on the basis that the property that houses a gun range is not compatible with the bylaw zoning that it's on, which is an agricultural A80, right?
It doesn't say it's not compatible, and that is
It's not in our zoning.
that is why it's listed as a conditional use in that zone.
Right,
Which
so
means that-
anytime you
which-
use a land for something that it's not zoned for, you have to come in for a conditional use. Every time you come in for a conditional use, we have the option at that point to look at the entire property and what it's being used for.
That is the intent of the zoning bylaw.
Yeah, it's not just a, if it was just a building permit, then why didn't Red River Planning just issue a building permit? According to your logic.
Yeah, so a gun range or gun club requires the conditional use approval from council. So the way the uses are listed in the zoning bylaw, it has, if you want to expand, or if you're doing something that is different from what is already there, you need to come back to council for an approval. That's
That's
the way.
right, so the whole thing has to be reapproved.
This time, it doesn't work like that.
Well, it should work like that, because if that's the law, that's the law. Anytime that you're changing any part of a conditional use, the whole conditional use is up for we can look at it.
So
Because if it wasn't that way, Femi, and I challenge you to go to a lawyer and check this, to a Red River planning lawyer and check this, because the point of fact is, if it's just a building, why are you making them do a conditional use again? Because they already have a conditional use according to you, you could just give them a building permit. What's the problem?
So can I just respond to that? The applicant already has an indoor gun range.
Yeah,
So now they want to build a new one. and the new one is bigger than the old one. So the way the way the Planning Act is written is that if you want to expand an existing conditional use, you need a new conditional use to do
The
that.
way a conditional use is worded is if anything changes in this conditional use, it must come back to council.
Exactly. And that the change
So
here,
if the shooting range has changed in the
Yep.
interim, it must come back to council.
and that is why they are
And
here.
that's why this is all coming back to council, not just the building, because the
So
use has changed.
the use is not changed. The use is still a gun range club.
It's still a gun range
Yeah,
club.
but because they're
But
expanding
what
the
it's being
use,
used for,
the intensity is changing. That is why they're here.
Right.
So, if I want to answer your question, I guess where you're going is the fact that whether council has the opportunity or the power to place conditions above that covers everything tonight, I would say yes.
okay,
But what is before council tonight is just the expansion of the existing building.
what we're talking about is the building, but the
Yes.
whole conditional use, we can't put conditions on.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, you said something in there. So when this original conditional use was put in, was there one or two conditional uses? One for the indoor range, one for the outdoor range?
No, it's just one.
Okay, so whenever we do a conditional use, at the end of it, it says if there's any changes to this conditional use, it will cease to exist.
It doesn't extinguish the existing one. It's only that you're adding to the intensity of use.
But if you're not using it for what we granted the conditional uses, council has the option to rescind the use. Is that correct?
That is if the applicant is not complying with the conditions that's already
That's right.
placed on it. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Okay, can I have the applicant come forward, please?
Hi.
Mayor, before we start the applicant's presentation, we did receive his presentation and his 2 letters of, from Tria Products and his slide presentation. Are we sitting through the slide presentation again, or is there anything new, or are we
That's what I was
just?
gonna ask. So I guess, Femi, if you can bring up that slide from what we're expecting for today.
Yeah, that's it here.
No, the date that you just set up, October 15th meeting. But the list
yeah,
of meeting dates.
Okay, yeah, give me 1 second.
I mean, I think we've all reviewed this slide presentation,
Yes.
so I don't see the point of going through an entire slide presentation for an hour here, if we've all looked at it.
Yeah, no,
More
I,
information on the building.
This is a new one. This isn't the existing one that I presented before.
But you sent it to me, did you not?
No, I left it with Pam.
It was sent by Pam on October 11th. So all of council has received this slide
Right,
presentation.
we received it yesterday.
Yeah, so I've gone through it, because if somebody on council hasn't gone through it, I guess we could go through it, just trying to save time.
so I guess my question to you is that, do you have any new information regarding the design of the material of the building?
Yes.
You have acoustical materials that you're gonna use, but what about the design? Do you have a physical layout of what the building's
I
gonna
don't
look like?
have a physical blueprint of the building itself, no.
So we're still going,
We have information related to the design of the new material, and the new materials that are to be used. The other thing that I would mention here is that we were asked to do certain things by council last time I was here.
yes,
And we were told to extend the berm, let's say, to change the West Range building, because the West Range seems to be a big focus of the attention here.
Yep.
And so, without having a chance to explain what we've been doing here, this is all new information, I would suggest.
yes, but we were specifically asking for,
This is what you sent us,
That's right,
that you extended the berm.
yes.
so
Yeah.
we saw that, I saw it, I've read it. What we were specifically asking for was a design of the building. I understand you've given us, that you've done some work on the properties, that you've done some burbs, like, we really appreciate that. But our main concern was the design of the building and the materials being used. You have answered the material part of it, but there's no guarantee that those materials are gonna go into the building, and there's no idea of what the building's gonna look like.
There
So-
would be no guarantee of it at all, because we have no building permit from council, and the building is not up yet, so
Yeah.
you don't know what
So-
it's going to sound like after we build it.
Well, just, we're gonna pause it here, and I just want the council to bring in on this here. Do they wanna continue forward with this or not?
I would say,
Councilor
I
Craig.
read the Tria Products report,
Yeah.
all of it, and basically it states that it can mitigate, if it's a precast building, it can mitigate sound, but there still has to be some internal mechanism
Yeah.
to mitigate sound. If we were to approve it, I think in the conditions, we would have to stipulate it has to be precast then. That they can't get around it, it has to be a precast building. But there's still some other issues, like soil analysis, I don't think was done, was it?
We addressed that point in the July meeting.
I went through the July meeting, I don't remember it being addressed, but okay,
was
did you do any
addressed.
measurements of the soil?
No, that was addressed verbally at that time.
So I'm
Okay.
gonna ask.
So nothing, I haven't seen any report on the soil. I'd like to see a report on the soil because we were concerned about lead contamination.
Yeah.
We filed water
Excuse
samples
me,
as well.
Just wait.
Okay,
Okay.
so, that's kind of issue to me. And then, of course, there was the noise issue, and I think council has to address that, and we have to come up with something. I understand this is a gun range. Gun ranges are supposed to be recreational. I mean, when I got my gun license, they told me, it's recreational, remember that, it's recreational. So it's supposed to be a recreational gun range. And I'm concerned about the way it is sometimes being used. So those are my concerns.
Okay. Councilor Patkin, are you interested in going forward with this?
Yeah, I was looking at the documents that we received from our planner here at the DRM, and I didn't see like a detailed building design. We wanted to see the specifications. I saw the letter of opinion from
Tria.
Tria, and there was concepts, generalities, and, they were saying generally this is the way it is with regards to sound attenuation, but there wasn't anything that we could sort of fall back on and say, okay, good, we know this, there's an assurance. There wasn't anything like that, so, it makes it somewhat problematic to deal with something like that without more specifics, unfortunately.
You in favor of going on with this?
We can ask that question, maybe I'll hear the rest of the council.
Okay. Councilor Shetty?
Well, I think we've already opened the public hearing.
Yes.
If the applicant says that he has new information, I believe we have to legally give him a chance to present, and if it's stuff that is being repeated, I guess, from the previous two meetings, then I guess we stop it at that point, but we can't tell what he has new coming forward or not, so
Okay.
we're in the public hearing, so.
You had a comment? Oh, okay. So I guess council was looking for the design of the building, and they don't have the design of the building. And so all what they're gonna be talking about is the new, from what I could see on it, is the materials that they're bringing forward, which I understand, which is better than last time, but are we gonna be able to move anywhere towards the design? And we've gone 3 times, this is the 3rd time that we've asked them for design, and they've not been forthcoming on design. So I'm more or less like to see that we close this meeting and have them come back to us at a later date when they're more continued to come back with the design of the building, when they're more in tune to come back with on the design, because that's what we're looking for. So that's what I'm looking for. I don't know if you guys want to continue on, we can continue on, so it's,
Can we ask the planner's opinion here
Yes,
on what,
by all means.
we're not seeing I guess what council's asked for in the last 2 meetings, we're not seeing that addressed in the, I guess, presentation that we were given and the information that we were forwarded on what's been changed If this was coming to us as a development, we'd be asking for specifics on a building, land drainage, all that stuff.
Sure.
You, as Red River Planning, they wouldn't accept this, and it wouldn't even be coming to us without the specific information. It would be through the checklist, right?
So if I want to comment on that, because the public hearing is being opened, I would suggest that, though I know council, you've seen the presentation, but
Yeah.
because this is a public hearing forum, I would advise that you allow the applicant to present what he has.
Okay, and I'll just say to Mayor, to the planner, if it doesn't,
Then you can
well,
stop
I know
it.
it doesn't,
Yeah.
but it doesn't address some of our concerns, so that's a problem for me, because we've asked now, this is the third time we've asked for, how are you gonna design this building? And it's partially been answered, I'll be fair, it's partially been answered, because you say you're using precast walls. I know what precast walls are, I'm in the construction industry, so I get that piece. But there are, and I know you've done some berm work, which is good. The two things that I still am not seeing anything on is soil analysis and also the design of the building. And because it's a conditional use, I think it comes under more scrutiny.
Yeah.
Especially since it's not being built in the zone that it was, that it is designated for, or there's no zone designation for it. So, I mean, it's in an agricultural area and it touches other areas. And I know the applicant has said, well, the houses are far away and blah, blah, blah. Doesn't matter. You're in an agricultural zone, you're touching agricultural land where there are animals, where there are all other considerations. So we get to be a little more, scrutinize it a little bit more. Is that correct?
That is the intent of a conditional use, for council to scrutinize their compatibility or whether it fits within the neighborhood here.
Okay.
But, those are the issues you can raise after the presentation.
Yeah.
But because it's a public hearing and everybody is here, I will advise that you allow him to present.
Okay, and
Yeah.
so the other thing I'm gonna ask you is, if somebody comes in that's against the application, so we have the applicant speaking for the application, and he's only gonna bring new information at this point, right?
Just the information.
And anybody that comes in against it can only speak to the new information that's being brought by the applicant, nothing else. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And I just wanted to add, like, for me, just to build upon my earlier comments, I really was looking forward to sort of scrutinizing a detailed building design, because really the devils are in the details. I mean, in the document from TRIA, the letter of opinion does say there's good sound attenuation from precast concrete. However, they do say that any openings within the precast concrete are the enemy of the sound attenuation. So not having those details in front of us is really difficult and provides us with a lack of confidence in order to make a sound decision, I feel, because the noise was of prime importance relative to the concerns of the neighborhood. Neighbors next door, kilometers away, and it was noise that was characterized as like rapid fire, high-powered noise. So having those details, having the lack of details that we have today, really is difficult, I feel, being a decision maker here at this table, to be able to move forward. So I just wanted to preface that by saying that, because I'm not sure that anything fruitful will come from the presentation,
Yep.
in my opinion.
I'm okay with letting him speak if he wants to speak, and then but we just keep it to only new information. Be very precise on it,
Okay,
so we don't drag this out.
it's okay. You're all right, you're good with it?
Yeah, I'm just reading some of this stuff. That's-
Okay,
Councilor
so
Gregory speaking.
please present your new information only.
Okay. The overall site is, as you see it there, our driveway is in the middle on the left. The range that was largely commented on before as being responsible for noise is on the upper left as well. The indoor range is right in the center. This is our driveway looking west. You can see there's not much there to the west until you get to the hydro property. the hydro property is immediately to the west of our place. The site looking to the southeast, you can see there is farmland to the south of it. Entrance going in, this is about 200 feet from the clubhouse building. This is the closest that the public gets is Miller Road. This is the closest you get to our...
Is this new information, though? You
Yes, it
presented
is.
this before.
I haven't told you that it's 200 feet before from the clubhouse.
Okay.
And that is relevant to the sound attenuation from that site. There's the indoor range itself. You can see the way it's built right now, which is metal wall construction and so on. That compares to the concrete wall construction that we've seen before. This is the overall view of the West Range, which is considerably under discussion over here, but you can see that the shooting on the West Range is surrounded on three sides by berms. That is the berm on the west side, the berm on the east side, and the backstop at the end. The building is at the bottom left. This is the sound levels that we were seeing before. 53 is ambient, 53 decibels is ambient sound from that shooting range before any shooting goes on. This is what it was recorded to be, 70 and 74, when renters were there shooting, as we have heard comments on today. And this is the sound levels that we saw last time from the Manitoba Hydro property site immediately to the west of us. That's their land, that's the land that's immediately to the west of our property. And you get sound levels of 66 to 67 when the shooting is underway. So this is the I don't know if you'd say agreement, but this is the options and alternatives that we discussed at the last meeting. Extend the West Range berm to increase the length of it and reduce sound transmission to the west. Put hay bales along the entire length of the west berm to absorb the sound. And then consider noise reduction options to the West Range building. So that's what we have from before. This is what happened after the last meeting. I've been in contact with 4 trucking companies and more to get fill for that berm to try and extend it. The fill was, the trucking companies were suggested to me by council last time. Get in touch with them, they'll help you out and dump fill over there. I was in touch with them for 2 months and we didn't get very far. Today, or this season, seems to be bad season for getting fill from trucking companies. There's always some kind of thing. Truck broke down, we're working on the south end of the city, every kind of excuse known to man. Eventually we bought fill from Stonewall, had it trucked over and hauled in. So this is, while we're in the midst of all of this, this is the comment we got from one of our members. This is what's going on the West Range property, basically a rock concert coming from the west. So it's a bit discouraging for us to see it.
What is Project Maple Seed?
It's a small bore rifle shoot at the range, shooting 22 caliber rifles over there.
So it's Project Maple Seed event, is that put on by you, or is that put on by somebody else?
It's got an organizer. It's got organizers, but it's put on our property. We let them use the West Range.
Oh, okay, so they're renting off of you.
That's right. So this is what's going on over there, and we're not. And notice we're not making a complaint as to sound over here.
Mm-hmm.
We're not making a complaint about the choice of music or anything like that. We're just saying this is what's going on over here.
Well, you can understand they're frustrated at this point, right?
And so then we looked at the road in the front of the place, and we see this. We see their burnout marks from muscle cars doing stuff over there. And now, you know, you might think that this is humorous, but have a look at that. The vehicle burnout is going westbound in the eastbound lane.
I get that too, sir.
Sorry?
On my street. But that's
You
what
got
you
it
call
there
the
too?
RCMP.
Okay. In any event, this is what's going on in front of our property. For those that might say that we're disturbing a pristine environment, maybe not. Anyway, we'll let that go. We carried on with our work. So here are louvers being installed on the south wall of that range building. That's new. That just happened in the last couple of weeks. We've had trouble getting lumber, and we've had trouble getting materials for it to complete that. It doesn't look like much from here, but that's what it looks like on the inside.
Oh, so, okay.
There you go.
Okay, I was just gonna ask, is it the bottom or the lattice that you're?
Yeah, this is
Okay,
the top.
way.
This is the, well, the lattice is on the outside, this is on the inside. So this is to disrupt the sound level of the sound waves coming through that from the shooting that's going on the range.
Doesn't go on both sides. I was just noticing it doesn't extend to the next window, to the right.
No, we're not finished this project at all, we just started.
Okay,
So
thank you.
we're underway with it.
Okay.
Anyway, we bought a culvert in order to extend the berm and still have drainage on that site. We hired a backhoe. Backhoe came in and brought a bulldozer. And the bulldozer is working to extend the berm. You can see it starting over there. Berm was raised to about 4.5 meters. So that's pretty high for a bulldozer to be off the ground. And there they're extending it south onto our lawn, which it wasn't before. This extends the berm to the south so that it is going to block sound that's being created in that building that we just saw. This is just a little bit to the west of the building that we were seeing before. And the problem with the berm before is it starts immediately forward of the firing point because it's designed for safety, because there's a certain dispersion that's allowed. And so it starts a little bit ahead of the firing point. Well, now we've extended it south and raised it. And the point of that is to block the sound that goes toward the south. They shored it up from the west and extended it, as you can see over here. And this is now raised to, like I say, around about 4.5 meters by my estimate anyway. And I noticed from the last time we were presenting options to said we'd offered to put hay bales along the top to absorb sound. The contractor didn't see a way to do that in a practical sense on that berm with the equipment that's available and the layout of the berm itself. So instead of that, he just dropped soil onto it, which would approximate the function of the hay bales. So that's what we've done instead as an option. This is the looks of it now. It's higher than the building. It extends quite a bit to the south. So we're wondering, should this do it? And we're not finished yet. We're still getting in deliveries of dirt, and that just came on the 10th of October, because we want to do something on the other side too, to extend that berm so that it doesn't get to your place, for example. So anyway, we're still ongoing with it. It's been a bad season for getting anybody to the site. It's always one thing or another. Anyway, we were renting the property on one occasion after the work was done, and this is the reading. We're getting readings of 67 over there, 62, 69, that sort of thing. And that compares to 70 and 74 decibels, which it was before. You'll recall from the last meeting, those were the levels that we recorded at that time. That's 5 or 7 or 8 decibels. That reduces it down by roughly 30–40%, something like that. And this is before the louvers were installed on the building at all, and there are more louvers to come. So this is work that's ongoing, and it's already improved it considerably. This is out onto the west side of the property on the Manitoba Hydro property, and we're recording levels of 57 or 63 decibels. Now going close in, you can see the position of it. We're inside of the large tower structures on that property, close to our property line, and we're recording 63 and 65. More examples, 53, 62, and this is right at the edge of our property. You can see the new berm in the background through the bush. The bush level there is about at the edge of our property. So these were comparable to the 62 to 67 decibel readings that we got from further back. So this is closer in, and we're already getting lower readings compared to what we got from further back before. So there's an improvement here. We've spent a lot of time and money and work on this, and we think we've achieved something with it. And this again is before the louvers were installed, so that work is still ongoing. this is one of the subjects of this application. And here are some of the sound levels from before that we were getting, 62 to 64. And that's still the situation right now. We haven't changed that building at all. But like we were saying, it's not just to replace the building. We can't get a building permit right now to repair that building. If somebody should back a truck into the side wall, let's say, we can't get a building permit. If the place burns down, we can't get a building permit. That's partially why we're here.
Why
We're not-
can't you get a building permit? Because,
Sorry?
and why can't you?
Because we don't have a conditional use for that property as a shooting range. So if you go to the planners, they will tell
Okay,
you,
clarify that for me again. You don't have a conditional use for
That's
that
what we're applying
property
for right
a
here.
shooting range?
that's right,
But you're shooting.
that's right. On a grandfathered basis from 1950s and 60s, that's why we're using the property as a shooting range. It never was an issue at that time, and that's why we're applying now for it, because it's time to get things in an orderly fashion here. But because of that, we can't get a building permit to replace the building if it should burn down, or to do substantial repairs. That's what the Planning Act says. So we need a conditional use in order to be able to get a building permit for any of those purposes.
So are you gonna demolish this building?
No, we're not thinking of demolishing it right now, but
it's
if you
not-
should, if we
No,
should
but if you
need,
build a new building, which you
that's
would-
right, yeah.
you would then demolish it,
That's
right?
right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
not right now.
Just on something you said, if I can just get clarification from the planner. So is this because it's legal non-conforming and they can't do any updates to it because of that stature, or?
Yeah, so the way it works is, if they want to, it's not like they can't upgrade, but I think it's going to, it's cost prohibitive because they will need to bring the building up to the current building code. So most times, most applicants, they like to either demolish and construct a new one that meets the today's building code. That's just it. It's not like if you want a building permit for this, you will get it, but sometimes it's cost prohibitive to do that.
But I don't think that's what the applicant's saying. The applicant's saying that they have the conditional use from, sorry, I'm not gonna have the dates right. but
It was from the 1950s, yeah.
The 50s,
Yeah.
but now they don't have a conditional use really to do it at this
Shooting.
time. It's just, there's a couple different things being said here,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, agree.
So if I want to, the 1950 application, Pam can speak to that too. It wasn't a conditional use, but rather the use was presented to council, and council approved the gun range in 1950.
Which gun range?
The
I
same
know,
one.
The building or the outdoor?
Just a gun club and
Okay,
yeah,
gun club.
yeah.
They approved
So,
it,
so council approved it, but the 1950 wasn't as a conditional use. It was just something that was brought to council as a gun club, and it was approved. The only one that speaks to a conditional use was in 1993, when the applicant came for an improvement on the property.
So just to the applicant, your slide says indoor range clubhouse site of 1967 Pan Am Games. So are you saying that's what was approved in 1967?
There was nothing much approved in 1967 that we have on file, as far as I can tell. It was built, it probably got a building permit, but the property itself, the land itself, was not granted a conditional use as a shooting range. And that's what's the issue of the application right now.
Okay.
Good. Councilor Sherry, yeah.
So, sorry, it's going too many different ways here. Like, so now you're saying there's no conditional use on the entire property as a gun club, and now you're
Shooting.
asking for a conditional use for the shooting range. So
For-
now, does council not have to look at the entire area? If we're giving you a conditional use, since there wasn't one existing and it's not allowed in our zoning, we would have to look at the, like, it's just going too many different ways here.
That's why I'm presenting
Yeah.
the information for the entire property, because what the Planning Act says is that if you have agricultural zoning, then this and this and this is a conditional use on that land.
Okay.
And without and if you want to do one of those things, then you need to get approval from the local council, and that's why we're here. So, the shooting range aspect of using that land is one of the conditional uses. And now, without a conditional use approval from council, they say you will not construct new construction, you will not make substantial repairs. I think those are the words in the Planning Act.
Okay.
So, if, the way I'm reading it is, if somebody drove into and demolished part of that building, we wouldn't get a building permit to repair it
Yeah.
without a conditional use approval for use of the land as a shooting range, because that's what we're doing. Back in 1967, it was all a lot more informal. But here we are today, we're subject to the Planning Act as it reads
Yeah.
today.
Okay. That makes sense, thank you.
So to rephrase then, we are essentially dealing with the conditional use for the entire property.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, so this is what it looked like at that time, and this is what it looks like still today. Somebody at the last meeting, one of the councilors asked me, does sound decrease with distance? And now, we all think it probably does. Well, here you've got, you don't think it does.
No, I know where my neighbors are, and I know when they blast their music, it's pretty loud for me.
It does, but
Yeah.
if you've got a concert,
echoes.
if you've got a concert in Winnipeg, you don't hear it here. And the reason for that is the chart on the right, which says sound decreases or increases by the square of the change in the distance.
Yeah, I guess the proximity to
Yes,
it,
exactly.
right? So,
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
If you're
So-
in Selkirk, you might not hear you very much.
Exactly, there it is.
There.
But there also, the chart on the left relates to what can you expect for a decrease in decibel level as you increase or decrease the distance between the sound source and the listener, or the measuring device, so to speak. So you can see that 50 or 60 meters away from the sound source, that is the distance to the nearest other property other than ours, you got a decrease of 16 decibels. Now, when we were recording 74 or so, minus 16, you're into the 50s, and right now we're recording 63 decibels right here in this meeting right now. So when we talk about what the sound level is, and that's our existing building. So here you have the information from the consultant who says this is what new modern panel construction will do for you. It will give you a 62 or thereabouts decrease in decibels right from one side of the panel to the other side of the panel. So it also depends how far from the panel is the sound source and how far are you from the wall of the building. But you will notice the comparison here. There are two different examples given. One with a really good construction of wood frame construction, it gives you a sound level of 51. And as they say over there, it's very unlikely that you're going to get that because nobody uses that type of drywall and furring strips and so on. Our example is closer to the second example, where the wall consists of metal sheets, the exterior wall of an ordinary storage shed, so to speak. So you get between 10 to 30 decibel reduction in there. And so this is what we're dealing with now. We have this old building, it's doing this. It is still resulting in something that is relatively mild in terms of sound by the time you get to the edge of our property, but any sort of modern construction will give you something better than that. And this is what they're telling us. They don't have the final design, the building built. Then you can measure it, but you can't measure it right now. So right now we have, we have this, and you have this. So
Can you explain that to me? Just the, like I'm looking at the 4-inch panel is 49 and the 5-inch panel is 52. Is that because it gets bigger?
yes, they are explaining it here by saying what is the reason for why does it work this way. And one of the things is the inverse square law that they use for your distance away from the sound, but also the other thing they are talking about is the mass law.
Yeah.
The greater the mass of concrete, the less sound you're gonna hear from one side to the other. And
Okay.
tin or metal siding has a low mass over a distance like that. And so you're going to hear a lot of reverberation from one side of the structure to the other. So that's why it is this way. So anything you would construct from concrete will be somewhere on that chart right now that we're seeing right now. But what we have right now is metal wall construction with whatever unknown insulation in between. So we don't have something that's really good, and yet we are still only producing reasonably acceptable noise. But any kind of construction like this is bound to be a lot better. Now, you might have a window, you might have a door, most people do. But still, we have a door right now. So if you had another one, a new building constructed, it will be just this much better. It'll be something on the order of 30 decibels better.
To the mayor.
Yes.
So,
Councilor Carter.
I'll just ask the applicant here this question. So, one of the reasons that we're asking for configuration of your building is as follows. So I've been at St. Boniface Gun Club. They have their building, then they have a lobby, and then there's another wall.
That's
Usually
right.
it's glass.
Huh?
And then you go into the gun range and you shoot, right?
That's right.
Okay. So
We do
one of the
too- we do
reasons
too.
we're asking about this is because if you put a door in, you'll right away lose decibel levels, right?
Yeah.
So the reason we are asking you for this is what kind of wall are you gonna put in between your lobby and your shooting range? Is it gonna be another precast wall, which would keep the sound in? Or is it gonna be glass? So that's kind of why we're asking you these questions. If you put a precast wall in, right, and then you go into the range, you'll still lose some decibel sound. But if you don't put it in, you're gonna lose a lot more, right?
Yes, but I'll qualify that. It doesn't really matter to the outsider, to the community, whether you have glass or concrete in between the lobby and the shooting range. And that is because the sound goes outside as well, it goes up through the roof, it goes everywhere. What you are really concerned with is what is the outside shell of that property, of that building made of? Because that's what's going to really affect you. That's where you're going to get 62 decibels reduction, because it can't get out of the building.
Okay, and
What-
that's why we're asking you for
What-
specifications.
Yeah, but what
right?
happens in the building, that's our problem,
Yeah.
and we should.
But what happens in the building can also escape, as you said, outside,
Yes, it can.
right?
And
So
it
the
will.
more mitigation you do, the less that escapes, right?
Not really. If we have a wall in between the lobby and the shooting range, but you've got sidewalls out of the shooting range, that's where the noise also is going to come from. So your main concern is, what do the exterior walls of that shooting range consist of? If we have a partition in between with glass, as you say, or with precast concrete, well, that's effective for the people right in that lobby, let's say. But it doesn't affect what happens in the shooting range, which goes out all over anyway. So really, the actual design of the configuration of the building is not as important as what is the outside.
So you're saying we should have conditions on your roof
Well, we're gonna have to
and your
do-
outside,
we're going to have to do something with the outside walls, of course.
yeah.
Something like this.
And your roof, right?
And the roof,
And that's why we've been asking you for specifications.
yes, but what the interior partition is going to be isn't going to matter.
Well, I'm just asking is the interior, and maybe the interior partition would mitigate more sound.
It wouldn't really.
Well, we should get an opinion
Well,
on
you
that,
could,
right?
you could,
Yeah,
certainly.
but, I'm just saying, you're wondering why we're asking these questions? That's why we're asking these questions.
That's
We're
fair
saying,
enough.
okay, you're putting these walls up, that's great, but how else are you gonna mitigate the sound? We don't have any specifics.
We don't have specifics, and the reason is, we don't know whether we're going to get approval. We're trying to do things one step at a time. So, for example, you get a subdivision application here.
Yeah.
Do you ever get building plans for each individual house as you go along?
No, but that's because they have the zoning for residential.
Yes, but.
You don't.
But we also have to comply with the building code, which we
You
will
do,
do.
but you see, here's the thing. You're not zoned for what you're doing, so you come under more scrutiny. If it's a residential home, there are certain, and they're in their zoning, they already have certain guidelines they have to follow.
And so.
That makes
we're-
the difference.
And so this is a good place for you then to put conditions on the approval that you give to us and say, make those outside walls 6-inch concrete, whatever you're going to
Right,
say.
Right.
So that's.
And so, the
that's
reason
where
we're
you do it.
saying this to you, sir, is because normally, when somebody comes for something that is outside the zoning, they usually do that homework ahead of time. And that's why we've been asking for it,
Yes.
right? Now, you've given us some now, and we're gonna have to figure it out.
That's right. But you can put conditions on at this stage, but once we have a conditional use approval for the property,
Yeah,
then we can say, okay, we're approved to do this sort of thing. And we can then go to an architect and say, well, give us something that complies with these conditions. Right now, we don't have any of those things. So that's
Okay.
why we're asking for conditional use approval at this stage.
Councilor Shelby.
I understand what you're saying, but we're not the architects up here to tell us the conditions that we would apply if it got passed. We don't know if that's gonna be suitable for what you're doing. It's not like saying you're building a house or you're building a garage. This is outside the scope of probably a lot of regular planners, that this would probably have to go to someone specialized in it to be able to tell us the decibels you're gonna get out of a, steel roof panel to wooden trusses to,
You've got a fair bit of information as it is right there,
we have the square outside walls, like
Yes.
there's,
which are the main thing, because that's what affects the community. What we do inside that, that's our own issue. It relates to our hearing loss levels, let's say, but that doesn't affect the
well, no,
community.
you just said that you need the standards that we should put the standards on your roofing, you're gonna have to look more into that. That's why we're asking for the plans of what building you're looking at building in its entirety.
And so then we'd put plans forward and you'd say, oh, well, I don't think so. So we'd go back, incur the cost again, put this forward, and you say, oh, well, that doesn't look like it to me. So this is why we're trying to get some direction ahead of time so that we can go and do, get plans, for example, that would comply with those things. Otherwise, we carry on as we are.
we could do that
Yeah.
anyways, because if we put a condition on saying that it's contingent on approval of council, we can send you back a couple of times anyways.
Yes, you can, yeah.
If I may just, we're not here to tell you if you wanna put a round window in, that you can't put a round window. We're
Okay.
not looking at that kind of stuff. We're looking at how it's gonna, the safety for the community and the sound deadening for the community. That's what we're gonna look at. What
Actually-
you do on your property, building wise, you could put a round building up. If it meets code, that kind of stuff, we're looking for the specifics on what the shell is gonna be constructed, cause you're
Yeah.
saying that, well, really, it's not, the roof is part of the shell.
Yeah,
It shows sound does spread out and drops into the areas.
well, then, put a condition on that the shell, that the roof is consistent with what the walls will do.
So, you have more to go on your presentation?
One more.
Okay.
So, that's the summary of it. We've been here for a long time. We need conditional use in order to repair or replace. Our operation is less than half as noisy as allowable at a workplace. I think we established that last time. We've done work, we've made improvements to the West Range, which seems to be a large part of the complaints here. We live in a neighborhood that can be noisy. Our building might need repairs. New construction would be less noisy. We've completed the work requested by council and provided the information, and so we ask that we get conditional use approval for this property.
I have one more question.
Go
Mayor.
ahead, Councilor Kent.
Can you tell me, of the people that use your building, how many of them would be rental and how many of them would be members? Like, how much rental do you do?
We do rental from time to time,
We know you do RCMP and
yeah,
police. And,
yeah, so is that one person or 10? You know, that's the.
well, it's the Winnipeg Police Department and it's the RCMP, right?
Yeah, so those are
So
two.
those are two
peop-
separate entities,
Okay, those are
right?
two.
What other ones would you do?
Border Patrol,
Border Patrol,
yeah.
okay,
Those are 3 now.
okay. And then you had this Maple Seed event?
Oh, no, that's just a one-time event. Those are our own members that are doing something to
Okay.
earn certification as marksmen,
Okay,
for
so
example.
you would say about 75% is your membership and
Yeah.
25% is rental?
That's right.
Okay, okay, good to know.
So, you only have that one applicant, that one, from 1953, application in, or not?
Sorry?
You were talking about conditional use, so you
Yes.
started off in 1953. You have no other,
We bought the property in late 1950s, and
Yeah.
we constructed this building in 1966.
so when the Pan Am Games were here in 1997.
67,
1967.
What about 1997?
yeah,
The Pan Am Games, they were at your facility?
that's right.
And did you apply for any permits then, or not? None?
No. We're not changing the grandfathered use of the property at that time, and nothing was applied for at the time. The only conditional use that we applied for was for a covered firing point on one part of the range. That's not really relevant to our application at all.
When you say grandfather, who
That means
grandfathered
we-
you what?
And you can ask the planner, but if you have a use of your property, or you've got a building on your property from time immemorial, so to speak, then the fact that nobody can find a building permit for you is not considered to be a detriment legally.
So basically, if you get away with it, then you're grandfathered?
No, no, if you've done it for a long time, let's say before the bylaws were passed, before the Planning Act was changed.
Anytime a bylaw is passed, you have to conform, is my understanding.
No, so
No?
if you have a use and there is a change in the zoning bylaw, you continue your grandfather, which means you become a legal non-conforming.
But so you're legally non-conforming now?
Yes, that's just the meaning
So
of
you've been
grandfather.
legally non-conforming?
That's right, the whole time.
But it's not a bylaw, it's conditional use, right? Big
So-
difference between a bylaw and conditional use.
So the way the bylaw is written is it listed under different zones. It listed all uses that are either expressly permitted or that requires a conditional use approval from council.
Yeah.
So when the zoning bylaw changed, I guess maybe in the 1960s or the 19th,
yeah.
yeah. So now gun range and shooting range becomes requires a conditional use approval from council.
So you're
Well-
supposed to be coming back once the bylaw has been changed, right?
You're not supposed to come back. That is when you are grandfathered. That is when you become a legal non-conforming because you've already been existing before the changes to the zoning bylaw.
But then anytime you come back,
So, but
It opens it up.
if you want to do something new, expand with the non-conforming, then you need to come back to council.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me give an example. You have 2 properties residential, that seems to be the more common situation. And the side yards are allowed to be 5 feet from the property line. Let's say somebody passes a bylaw and says, well, now it's gonna be 10 feet. Well, that doesn't mean you have to tear down your building and rebuild it for 10 feet.
no, but any new permits
Exactly.
would
And
be
that's what
under
we're.
that
That's
new
what
bylaw,
that's exactly what I'm saying here.
right? So
If
this
we
is a
wa-
new permit you're asking for.
If we, yeah, then you would have to get something. So that's what we're doing here, because we realize that if any new permit is applied for, we're gonna need this.
Okay.
And that's why we're here.
Okay.
So I think Pam, you got,
Let me address it. So,
Okay.
just to clarify, when this originally went to council in 1958, what they had to do at that time is they asked for permission, and council at that time granted it.
Granted permission.
Yeah.
Okay.
go ahead.
Just, so, I keep hearing just a couple of words that you're saying if constructed. So if this is approved, what is your timeline on constructing a new indoor range?
We don't have one exactly. We don't say next spring, the spring after. We have to get plans approved, we have to raise money for it, that sort of thing. we don't have a timeline right now. But we realize that any sort of permit that we apply for the existing building, if we need to repair it or replace it if it burns down, we're gonna need this approval for it.
So if we grant you a
The-
conditional use and you don't build, and you just repair, well, we're not any further, right? Because we
And-
want sound mitigation.
And this application proposed by applicant to construct a new upgraded gun club facility on site.
That's the ultimate use of it, sure. But
No,
we,
that's what you proposed in your application.
right, but we don't
So-
have a timeline for it.
Well, but that's where you said council can grant, put conditions, but, you know, we would usually ask the applicant, you know, what kind of timelines are you looking at? You don't have a timeline. And what I've been hearing tonight is a lot of, if we need to do repairs, if we need to do updates. There hasn't been a lot, we've seen, you know, pictures from that company with concrete tip-up buildings, but nowhere we've seen that this is the goal or this is what we're putting pricing, getting pricing on. It states right in here, proposed by applicant to construct a new and upgrade gun club facility on site. So, like,
We don't
we'd have to
have,
put timelines.
we don't have a firm timeline for it right now.
I have a question for the planner. In terms of this conditional use for the site, could council put conditions on the types of firearms, the hours of the operation, and specify the materials utilized, or the specifics, the performance specifics of the building?
So, I would say that it's within the council's power to put some condition on the hours of operation. But in terms of the types of firearms, I would say RM will need to check with legal on that.
As long as it's legal.
Yeah, I don't think it's
It's a
something.
legal firearm.
Yeah. Then in terms of the performance standard of the building, you can put a condition saying that the building itself, in terms of to meet the RM standard, which means it goes back to your engineer for assessment, and if it doesn't meet, then you don't approve it.
Well, I'm gonna ask Femi a question.
Go, Brian.
So, okay, now, I'm not saying these people are gonna do this. I'm gonna trust they're good, honest people. But let's say somebody comes here and we approve the conditional use, and then they just build their building, they never put the building up. Then what?
So let me explain. So if you put conditions tonight saying that the new building should meet the performance standard and that it should come back to the RM for
Can we put a
verification.
condition on if they don't build a building, they have to bring their current building up to code?
That's a tough one, because if it's,
But they could skirt it, like, we could approve this, and then they go and do repairs to their building, and then they say, we don't have enough money. We still don't have enough money. We still don't have enough money. 5 years down the road, they still don't have enough money. So now we've approved it, and in the approving process, we've allowed them to make repairs.
you remember, if you put a condition, you can revoke it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, when do we revoke it then?
So if one of the ways in which council can revoke a conditional use is if the applicant does not comply with the conditions listed in the approval, then council can revoke it.
So we would have to put a condition in that the new building has to go up within 2 years. If they don't put it up or start within 2 years, we can revoke it.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
Or we could say that, that if we approve it, a condition of approval could be that it would be the greater of repair of the building to the highest standard, or a brand-new building to the highest standard. We could do that too, right?
I think you can hold the applicants to what is being proposed, which is a new building.
Yeah.
You can ask them to just stay with that.
If they didn't want a new building, then they should have come forward with a proposal to repair the building. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you. You were gonna say something about firearms, sir?
Yes, we can't use any legal firearm in the indoor range, for example. We are subject to range regulations.
Okay.
Or our range approval from the Chief Firearms Officer of Manitoba. And that is where the safety of the building, and that's where the type of firearms that are used on each of our ranges is determined.
So what can you not use in your indoor?
Can't use a rifle, for example, above handgun calibers.
Okay,
Can't use a hunting rifle in there.
okay.
So because that particular gun type is being regulated by the Manitoba firearms officer, that
Yeah.
is why I'm not comfortable for council to go into that area,
Yes.
just kind of
Yeah.
stay away from that.
Okay, no, I
Yeah,
understand
and
that.
what I was sort of getting at was, I know that there's been uses of rifles and high-powered firearms, so I was wanting to
Outdoor.
limit those, yes.
Each of the ranges has limitations on what can be used,
Yes.
every one of them. So you can't just haul off and use this or that or the other thing on something that is not approved by the chief firearms officer. It's all done with a view to limiting the potential hazard to
Fair
surrounding
enough.
properties.
But if I'm gonna be making a decision to approve a conditional use, I'm gonna wanna know exactly what the limits are of each range.
So, okay, well, here they are.
Yeah, at some point.
Again, a question is pop, 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 what we're hearing, what is that kind of firearm is that?
Semi-automatic,
You got a clip in it then, some
Yes.
kind of clip, right?
yeah,
And that's why it's going pop, pop, pop,
that's right.
okay.
Any other questions? Can we continue on?
Well, we have to continue on. Anybody want to say anything about the new information?
Okay.
New information only, can't go back to the old stuff that was previous meetings,
Okay.
just this.
Okay.
And if they do, we have to stop.
Okay.
We have to call a point of order.
Can we bring up applicants for it? Individuals
Because
for it?
this portion, like where we're at this stage of the public hearing, and people have already had opportunity to express any support or opposition, and tonight, comments can only be limited to what is presented this evening. We haven't had anyone pre-register.
None?
Doesn't matter, we can still ask.
No, but if anyone wants to speak, again, just on the information the new information that was provided tonight, they would have opportunity.
No, we always
Okay.
give opportunity for that, so.
Okay, so does anyone want to speak? Here?
Anyone in favor of the application that wishes, we're gonna do in favor first, and then against, then for information. So anyone in favor of the application?
That
wishes
speaks
to-
only to this, what's been presented, nothing more.
Yeah, just come.
Okay.
Name and address.
Just want to say I'm in favor of this.
The name and address.
Are
sorry,
you
just-
going to be speaking too?
If you wish to speak, you have to say that.
Okay, Greg
Speak right
Janicki,
into the mic, too.
Greg Janicki, 88 Dearman Road.
Where?
Greg Janicki, 88 Dearman Road.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And yes, hearing the information today presented, I'm in favor of it.
Okay.
Shannon Zernicki, 88 Dearman Road, and on the information I've heard today, I'm in favor.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, well, you could just register that with Pam, too.
Sure.
Well, there was nothing to register, that was the problem.
Oh, Pam, can they still register in favor?
I have it.
Can you
It was
state,
just
Okay,
brought
there you
in
go.
By the time just they were getting it ready and.
That's because it's the third time.
Yep.
Well, we were told that it wasn't going to be available, so,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
All right.
exactly.
sorry, I have a question.
Sure.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to hear maybe why, just a little bit more of why you were in favor of it? Like
Well,
what
just
aspects of
the
it?
way the new berms have been put up, and they're actually doing lots to improve the site and everything, so that's why
Are you a member of the club?
yes, I am.
Okay.
And I would concur with that. You know, they're trying to make improvements and, you know, make further progress, make the community safer. And if we're turning around and telling them, you know, no, that we can't do this, to me, that seems like it would be opposite of what we want for the community. Understanding what you guys are saying and your concerns, and I do get that, but they are making those improvements, and then when you're asking for more information, they're saying, well, before we provide this information, we need to have some assurances before we spend the money on it. And
So you would you would want to build a house, or you would want to build a commercial building, but you don't want to give us any details on it?
No, and I'm not saying that either, but what I'm
Yeah.
saying is that it costs money to do that.
Yes.
And so they're trying to give you information that they can and spend the money that they can, but they're asking for your help as well.
We're
In-
not here to do your homework, they're there to do their own homework.
Well, I think the one thing that one of the counselors had mentioned is that, he said, well, we need you to provide the information, as you had said, so
Yeah.
that we can approve it. We're not here to do, we don't understand all of this, and I'm not saying that I understand all of that either. But if you're going to approve it, then you would need to understand it. So I think maybe giving them some conditions would help them move them further along.
We've delayed this 3 times in order to bring up more information.
And I think they did bring some information
They
today.
did, but you know,
I-
now
I'm
we're.
not- I'm not here
yeah.
to argue
No,
with
no,
you.
I'm not
I'm
here
just
to
trying to
argue
give
either. I'm
my-
just
my
saying,
opinion.
there's still some pieces missing. And if you can bring me the walls, you can bring me the roof.
And again,
Okay.
I was just offering my opinion.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else wants to speak? None? Okay, anyone wants to speak against? Okay,
And that would be only on this information.
Only on the
Okay.
crossroads.
Ron and Heather Lewick, 1377 Miller Road. I'll try to go as quick as I can. It was brought up, the conditional use, how there was no real conditional use, but in 1958, like Pam said, an application was, or not application, it was brought forth to the council to approve a revolver, pistol, and trap shooting range only.
okay, I think we just want to talk about the building. Are you-
But that's what
That
they
was the
agree.
information
That's
that was
that's
brought
the
forward.
information. But Pam said they were approved in 1958. They weren't approved in 1958. They were, according to the minutes, they were approved in 1961. So there's 34 months between the council approving a pending a layout drawing, and then there's 34-month gap. So that's just a clarification. So they were literally approved for just a revolver, pistol, and trap shooting range in 1961. Second thing, they brought up the dosimeter again, and he showed more recording. I just have a couple of quick questions, and I don't expect that they will get answered, but when was the last time that dosimeter or SPL meter was calibrated? Why didn't they do like we did and get a third-party, unbiased, independent noise study done? So that, we don't understand. Why not shoot a video of the sound testing instead of pictures? Show your Radio Shack SPL meter working. Because we can just, anybody can still screenshot or take a picture of whatever, so. Last thing, not last thing, but like I said, we had a third-party independent study done by a technician that did testing for RCMP, reputable. As well, the new information was, Councillor Kleiber asked how many days, what was the percentage of renting of the property? And he said occasionally we rent. The RCMP alone rents, has on their, you can go on their website and look at it, had rented the West Rifle Range for 59 weekdays this year. So that's equivalent to approximately 12 weeks of spring and summer that they're out there. So occasionally, I guess that's occasional if they shot, if we were in California or in Vegas, when you could shoot year round, maybe if you consider that, but that's 12 weeks of our short set that we can shoot outdoors here. I'm gonna address the berm. I'm appreciative of the berm, the $600 spent on fill, because 18 loads is equivalent to $600 approximately. And it was all done in the last 2 weeks. The fill has come on occasionally, but in the last 2 weeks, they've worked on it a little bit. And all they've done is the most accessible part of the berm, the only accessible part of the berm. They've literally done only 30 to 50 linear feet of berm of the hundreds of feet that surround the West Rifle Range. And the Councillor Campbell suggested putting hay bales on top for sound mitigation. And the reason they can't put hay bales on top is because there's so much overgrown trees, which is conflicts the whole RCMP guidelines when it comes to berms. There's not supposed to be any trees in berms because it causes ricochets. So that's why they can't put bales up on top of their berms from the inside or the outside. So that's a whole other thing, that's a safety issue, but that's why they can't put the hay bales on top.
Question for Mrs. Luick. Mayor?
Yes, that means go ahead.
Mrs. Luke, you sent an email that you had a ricochet.
Yes.
When did that happen?
What day was that?
20th. July,
It was in September.
on your holidays.
I was on holidays for 2 weeks in September, and I was walking my fence line. I was out back. RCMP were shooting. Barrage ended.
You were on your own property?
Yeah, I was on my pasture. I was checking my fence
And
line.
you heard something go by you, or?
I just heard a.
It goes over. It goes over the berms and it's,
Okay.
so, and another.
Did you let the gun range know?
Not the gun range. We let the RCMP know. We called the CFO.
Okay.
They told us to call the RCMP. You cannot get a person at our RCMP detachment. No way, no how, unless you dial 911, and I wasn't gonna do that. So I actually spoke with an RCMP officer that was shooting at the range.
Okay.
I spoke with the person in charge, the trainer.
Anything come of it?
No, not
They
that we
won't,
know
they
of.
won't, they won't.
Yeah, they
talk-
won't tell us.
They won't, the third party, they won't tell,
Okay.
say anything.
All right. Thank you.
Like I said, in regards to the berm, yes, appreciative of it. The louvers were appreciative of it, but they're just doing the minimal with the berm. The only part that's accessible, and it looks impressive in a photo, but that's, like I said, if you want to bring the photo up, it's 30 to 50 feet you see the plan view, it's all the way around. It doesn't, and it's behind the shooting line, right? The noise study we did was where the shooting was by our property, which is the shooting is going forward. That's where the noise is. All his testing is always behind. Like, it makes no sense. You spend 2 minutes, go online and look where the quietest, where to stand when somebody's shooting. You stand behind the person. That's the quietest place. So they're doing noise testing behind the range. But
Okay.
anyway, that's all I have.
Okay, I just have two things. One is I have an email from administration at the RM from August 23rd in response to one of our requests for service. And it says that the WRPA has a legal non-conforming use under conditional use order, which we now know. They've told us they don't have one. So do they? Do they have a legal non-conforming use against the noise bylaw? That their shooting is compliant with conditional use order? Nope. And that they're exempt from the noise bylaw under, because it's permitted under its conditional use permit. They are not. They don't have one. So they're not exempt from the noise nuisance. So all of our complaints that we've been making are very valid. The other thing I just want to say is they mentioned music playing. We don't have concerts at our house. We don't hold rock concerts. We play music sometimes when we're working out in the yard. And if they can hear the music from our yard, I guess noise travels, right? Noise travels pretty far then. If they could tell what band was playing from the music in our yard, wonder how that works. Anyways, I think that's all we have.
So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else that has objection?
Norma Alberg, 312 Evelyn. I just have a couple of questions, I think of missing information. As I look at the top list of the 4 elements that the council was looking for, I didn't hear much on the soil analysis and sound analysis, and I believe that your intention was that would be coming from an accredited source, so I would like to know when you would see the soil analysis from an accredited lab, and for the sound analysis, what are the credentials for the accredited technician that would be doing those, and the, as mentioned, the calibration of the machine, which would of course be known by the accredited technician, so when would you learn what those credentials are?
We'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone has anything? In mind?
For
Okay.
information.
For information?
I wasn't gonna say anything, but I can.
Oh, so are you for information or are you against that?
Jerry Belinkie, 354 Garden
For
Drive.
information.
So are you for, are you information? or-
I was information, but I changed my, after
Okay.
hearing this, I changed it. And I support
To
it.
What? What did you change it to?
I support it.
Oh, you support it, okay.
And the reason being is, I just counted, that business has been there 70 years. If it's 53, 23, 70 years. It's the first time we're here. I've been coming about 16 years, this is the first time I've seen it. So, I think this business was doing okay. We have to fix the problems. And I think with technology today, we should be able to fix the problems. We shouldn't have to get rid of it. It does serve a purpose. Maybe people don't shoot and whatever, but other people do. Otherwise, it wouldn't have existed for 70 years. That's the point. So, I can't see it if, and one thing that comes to mind to me is about the building. If the building is hit, damaged, whatever, he can't repair it. I would suggest he puts replacement insurance, and whoever hits it, the insurance company is gonna bring it up to grade, up to code. So,
I think that they can do that, but they can do insurance, but the conditional use, because they have a non-conforming, they wouldn't be allowed to do it.
No,
But-
that's not what the planner said. He would be able to get permits, but it would have to bring the whole place up
Up
to
to
the
code.
standard code, same as anybody else doing.
and then the other thing is, I mean, he's been trying, he's been building the berms, maybe it's not fast enough for everybody, but he's doing it. Okay, and if this is not approved, can he still continue with the old building and have things the way he doesn't have to do anything, correct? Well, he's still grandfathered in,
Something goes.
it's only the changes, right? If he's not changing, he's
We'll
still,
we'll let the planner answer that.
well, that's what I think, because that's what grandfather means, right?
Let the
So,
planner speak.
I think the better thing is to work with him, make it a better product for the whole community. That's what I think. I don't know, like, I didn't even wanna talk, but you know, you have to.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Can the planner answer that question?
So if it's rejected tonight, the applicant will be able to maintain the status quo, that is, they will continue to do what they're doing, and the council won't have the opportunity to place a condition on it because it's gonna be rejected.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'd like to oppose.
Okay.
Rod Snyder, 54 Paradise.
54 what?
Paradise?
Paradise? Okay.
Yeah. Throughout these meetings, what I've heard, and tonight just reconfirms that is that basically these people are asking you to approve something without giving you fact. And I think that what I'm seeing at this facility is they don't have enough membership to continue the way they're going. So they're turning it into a police and military training area, and they want to expand that area to bring in more of that business. Maybe it'll benefit their membership, but the purpose of that club was to be a gun club for its members, not a military police training facility. And I think that if we approve this, that's exactly what it's gonna be. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Kathy Turan, 1471 Northumberland, and I'm opposed. And I just have a question. Because the conditional use, and as Rod is saying, it is becoming more and more a commercial establishment. It's a rental. And then that rental is allowing to benefit the members, which I have nothing against a member-run club and a club for recreational use. But I do have opposition to this commercial. So is that still covered under the conditional use? The conditional use is for a club. It is not for a commercial space that is rented out to our police services. And that would be my question, and, yeah.
Good question.
And should any commercial or any conditional use specify that they cannot do that? Or they have to apply for a commercial establishment, not for a recreational club?
Yeah, thanks for your question. That's kind of where I was going with my line of questioning, to make sure that if we are, to understand the limits of the use for each of the ranges. Because if I was gonna approve it, I would definitely be wanting to limit the commercial aspects of that.
Yes, that's my big thing.
Appreciate the last two.
To the planner.
Council will be able to say that it shouldn't be for commercial usage as a condition, but in terms of enforcement, that might be a problem.
Okay.
Because enforcement will be limited to complaints. Yeah.
However, if we were to determine that that is definitely the case,
Yeah.
we could rescind the conditional use.
Excellent. Correct.
And they wouldn't be able to operate at all.
Yeah.
Could I have the applicant come up and answer the questions that were presented?
Ask if there was anybody else before we reach that.
Okay. I thought she was the last one.
Oh, okay.
I do have some questions for the applicant as well. He can rebut, but I have some questions.
Sure.
So let me ask you a question.
Let
What pers-
him respond
Oh, do you want
back
to
to the-
do
to
your
the-
rebuttal first?
Let him
He said sure.
I'll take your questions, that's fine.
I'll let you go first, please. Go ahead and do your answers to the questions first.
There were several questions from
Okay.
the audience, if you can answer some of them.
Okay, could you,
We can ask you afterwards, so we'll let you
Okay,
finish.
one of the
first.
questions was, why was there no third-party sound company brought in, or when was your machine last calibrated?
we don't have a specific date of the calibration of that machine, and there's no third-party sound because we have a machine to measure the sound. So that's what appeared to be adequate, and that's what we've used.
Do you understand how that could be problematic?
Yes.
Okay.
Another question was, why or when would more information be coming in on the soil and sound analysis? Which is
We addressed the soil analysis issue in July, and we have been in contact with soil analysis people, and they said, this is an ongoing shooting range. You want to have a measurement of the copper level in the backstop, let's say, which is where copper would accumulate when you've got an ongoing shooting range. Now, when do you want us to measure it? Should we measure in various places all around the range? This stuff doesn't travel. You're not going to get any readings, a measurable amount over there. If we measure in the backstop, there's going to be sky-high readings, of course. Now you can take that soil that has it, take it out, but it's an ongoing shooting range. So we'd measure then, and next week you're using it again, and so the measurement of that would be meaningless.
So, are you just testing copper?
No, any
Because
metal
my
like
big
that.
concerns would be in lead, which they
Yeah.
used, that was
And
sludge,
our
that's what that was back in the, till they stopped using it, so.
When we do soil analysis for a road, they go deep. So why wouldn't you go deep instead of surface?
our information was that the metal doesn't travel. We already measured the water, and we provided you a water analysis. If it's going deep, it would affect the water. If you measure the soil in the backstop, it's a transient thing. It comes and it goes.
But-
Okay, well, we can require it.
But you did, I remember one thing on your, I believe it was the water analysis, what was out of spec 10 years ago is now in spec. It was,
Yeah,
there was a number in
It
there,
was
so-
marginally out of
So-
spec. Today, it was out of, yes, as you
You know,
said.
that's a concern that, the people sitting up here have to have, because we gotta worry about the rest of the residents in the area on that same aquifer.
And the same that, and the other thing that I mentioned in in the presentation in July is that if you check your own website, you'll find that it says that the groundwater in this municipality doesn't meet any standard, provincial or federal, and it cannot be made to meet because the methods of making it meet the standard would be more expensive than it's worth. So that is on the municipal website. It doesn't
Are you
meet the
talking
standard.
about the plume from Rockwood, or what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the groundwater all over the RM of West St. Paul. That's why you've got new water coming in from the west.
Well, that's.
Yeah,
not-
it's
That's not completely true.
it's what your website says. I'm not gonna argue with your website.
No, we're not talking about,
Can I just go into
Go
just a
ahead.
couple more of the questions that were asked?
Okay?
So this has to do with your, I guess, your rent, the amount of time you rent it from a membership club to now becoming a commercial entity, I guess, because you're, sorry, I wrote down, where's the
59 weekdays.
Yeah, so like 12,
Yeah.
yeah, like 12 weeks of, I guess, a summer season or a.
12 weeks out of 52, I regard
Well,
that as relatively
I wouldn't
minor.
look at it that way, like how much of your outdoor range is used for 4 months of the year when it's 35 below?
Well, not when it's 35 below, but when it is.
But I'm saying not 52
But,
weeks. so-
but people do use our outdoor ranges during that time, and we use the indoor range during that time too. We do not rent the indoor range to the RCMP or anybody else.
Why is that?
Because of the caliber of what they're using,
No,
that can't be used
well,
inside.
they're often using rifles and they're not allowed to use them in the indoor range.
And that's your
That's
legislation?
that's the certification of the range.
I'm
it-
sorry-
it doesn't
Sorry if
cover-
I missed anyone's questions, I tried to
it
write them
doesn't-
down as I was
So-
asking, so.
It doesn't
That-
cover that.
That was the
stuff
question
that
I was
they're
gonna ask, Mayor.
okay.
So can you certify the building for a rifle if you go to a more,
Well, the 22 caliber rifle will do. Small caliber rifle, that is pistol caliber rifles are approved, and that's it.
okay.
Not heavier.
So you're saying that
cal-
you're not certified for it, can you be certified?
No,
No. Okay, so that comes under, like,
that's the CFO.
gun
the-
legislation,
The chief firearms officer.
but they can go and do it outside.
Yeah,
That makes no sense to me, but okay.
because the indoor range is not capable of handling the power of those calibers.
The sound or the
The backstop.
kickback or what?
The backstop.
Okay.
If I may,
Yeah.
so.
Can you come forward then, please?
Absolutely.
State your name.
Brendan Romick, I'm the president of the gun club.
Okay.
So what we're talking about on the indoor range is if it'll defeat the envelope of the range. So a rifle will defeat the envelope of the range. So the problem isn't that it's scarier from the inside, but the fact is if if I've got a building this size, you've got somebody walking in behind a building, if it defeats the building, then nobody will have any kind of input into whether or not there's somebody walking behind. Whereas the outdoor ranges have berms and backstops and sight limiters and baffles and everything else to keep the bullets inside.
You just heard the ricochet, so clearly that's not working.
I have no information about that.
Yeah. So it might be working sometimes, but not all the time, it sounds like.
It's national coast to coast, so
Yeah.
it is the CFO's,
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, the question I was gonna ask you, you obviously have revenue and expenses, and, I understand that you probably rent it out to create revenue, so you could have this building, right? That's part of the,
That's part of it,
your revenue.
That's right.
So is it a great amount of revenue that you're getting from these commercial that
No,
helps you?
Not a
in-
great amount. That's the other thing
Okay.
that relates to the amount that you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's a proportion of the revenue, but it's not the main thing is still the membership fees.
So would you say your membership fees are 75% and your
Yeah,
rental's
probably.
25%?
I would say so, roughly that.
Okay.
Am I right? It's about that.
Okay, so you're not reliant upon the rental?
No.
Yeah, okay,
We wouldn't be defunct without it, put it that way.
okay.
Okay, thank you very much for your, unless there's anyone else have questions?
That's all.
Okay.
That answered my questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
I can speak to the lead issue if you want.
No, I think no, it's, time is up, sorry. So now we'll go in the process of closing this here, let's
Do we have to close the public hearing before we can talk about it as council?
Yes.
Or do we adjourn?
Let's close
If
it.
we're not making a decision tonight, would we adjourn?
You have to close,
The
then,
public hearing and
then
then
make a
adjourn?
motion to make a decision at a later date, yeah. But-
Okay.
Or you can make a decision right now, whichever one.
We'll close first. Will be it resolved that council do hereby close the public hearing and resume to the regular meeting of council. Can I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Councilor Patka moves, Councilor Clyber seconds it. Any questions, comments? Hearing none, all vote in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Okay, now we have 5.13, the resolution.
Okay, so if.
Before I read it off, can we-
No, I wouldn't read the resolution if
Okay.
we're gonna adjourn, right?
Okay, that's what I was gonna wonder. What do you guys want?
If we're adjourning, we're not reading the resolution. So we have to decide whether or not
Let's
we're
get
gonna.
let's get an update on the process. What's the process?
Speak to
Sure,
that.
so if council isn't prepared to make a decision this evening, you can table to a future date.
Yeah.
You can get some information from legal or from our CAO or planner, and we can bring this forward to a future meeting for a resolution to approve or not.
Yeah, so we don't read the resolution if we're adjourning.
And
No, we would simply note, if your wish is to table to a future meeting, we will note that, and it will be brought to a future meeting.
Do you want a motion on the floor to table?
Can I just
Yeah.
ask a
Okay,
question?
so let's have a discussion.
Just before we make, so all this would be doing is making a motion to move to another meeting for the decision, not a public, not extending the public hearing, because we've closed it.
Correct.
Just on the decision,
Correct.
Okay.
just to clarify.
do we have to set a date?
No,
We can leave the date open.
yes.
And then
You
how do
can-
we
You
notify?
can either do it tomorrow or you can do it anytime.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can the applicant give us more information or not at that time? No,
No,
it's
so.
closed now.
It's closed, yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
So my comments on this is I think we should adjourn, because if we do want to approve this, there's some issues that we have to address. And there's some very important issues that we have to address. And I don't want to go through all of them, but my concern mostly is how it's being operated on the outside. And that we don't really have a complete plan for mitigation of sound from the new building. And the reason I say that is that the rentals are what's causing the problem, sounds like to me. So, I don't necessarily want to throw the gun club out, they've been there for many years, but I want to address the issues that the residents have. And I think this is the time that we should address it, but I don't want to do it hastily. I think that we should adjourn, we should discuss some of the issues and what kind of conditions we would, if we approve it, if we agree, if we decide to approve it as a council, what conditions would we place on it? So I'm not necessarily 100% against it, but I want to address in conditions the issues that are going on.
okay. Councilor Patka.
Yeah, I'd be in favor of adjourning this or tabling it to a future meeting. I think on balance that, recreational, the recreational side of the gun club, I support that. I support the intent of it, just the whole fact that it's a hobby and people want to do that, I think that's great. However, on the other side of the coin, there were a number of delegations that came forward with fairly compelling arguments about noise that was very disruptive to the neighborhood. And so that's why we're here to listen. So, I mean, I'm in favor of trying to find a bit of a balance. I agree that, I think that the new range is promising. I think that sound can be mitigated from the new indoor range. But I do believe, as Councillor Clyber had said, that the issue really is on the outside ranges where, and I'm looking to get more information from our administration, the planner, our CAO, regarding if we were to limit the uses of those outdoor ranges, can we do that as a condition of approval? I'm very interested in doing that, so I'd want some more information in terms of how to achieve that. But I feel that this council can work with the gun club to make a good product. There's lots of information out there. I was just Googling sound attenuation, there's tons of products. There's a gazillion products out there to mitigate sound, right? So that can certainly be achieved, I think. So that's kind of my thoughts on it, and I learned something new, that this is really an application for the whole site today. So I appreciate that information coming forward.
Councilor Boucher. I agree. I think that, I appreciate you coming out, explaining to us. You've gave us some new information, which is encouraging. Like what you've been doing so far. Listening to this meeting today, there's a lot of information that we probably have to digest, and there's some complexities to this whole issue that we have here. It's not as straightforward as initially we thought when we came into this. So I'm in favor of adjourning this, tabling this thing, setting another date. And are you in a rush for any date, or does it matter if it can be, like?
They don't even know when they're gonna put the building up, so I don't think they're in a rush.
Oh, that's right, I just wanna make sure. So if we do it like in a month or 2 months or 3 months, you're, okay, you're fine with that? Okay. I don't know if we can go that long, but.
We'd like to have notice of it, but that's about it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we
Say
will
it again?
notify.
You would like notice of what?
Of the
Of
meeting.
when the meeting is.
Oh, absolutely.
They want to be present.
Oh, you
To
wanna,
listen.
They wanna know the date we're gonna make the decision.
okay, yes,
Yeah.
okay, good.
Yeah, right?
Then we can do that.
Fair enough,
Yes,
that's
okay,
fair.
No, that's fair. Okay, so then, do we need a resolution for tabling it?
No, we just adjourn to the date.
No,
No.
and if
Just
council's
adjourn to a
direction
future
to
meeting.
us is to table this matter to a future meeting, we'll note that and you can move on in your agenda.
Okay,
Okay,
let's
good.
do that.
So then, you'll word that we'll wanna table this to a future meeting, so we can move onward.
And we'll notify, can we notify the people that have signed up for it as well? Like, for the residents, and, we can send out an email blast, right?
Well, it will be posted in our email blast.
Yeah, we'll send out an email blast so that you're aware of when the decision will be made.
Good.
Okay.
Great. You're all welcome to stay for the next hearing if you wish, but otherwise, have a good night.
You may not want to.
Yeah.
Thanks for the new road.
Oh, yeah, it's all good, it's all good. Yeah.
Hey, listen, I asked for that road 4 years in a
The
row.
motion is.
So never mind.
It's been
I
set for
supported
official
it.
date.
You got it done because I
For
supported it.
decision. Just for
Right.
decision,
It's all good, don't worry.
Yeah.
We thank
You
you,
got
Councilor
it
Clem.
done. Give me a break.
Mayor got it done, all got it done, council. All right.
All right.
Okay, so now we're on,
Next.
okay. We're gonna start again, so, Simon, thank you very much. So we're going on to 5.2. Be it resolved that the meeting of council recessed for the purpose of holding a public hearing pursuant section 96A of the Planning Act. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Patkin moves, Councilor Kleiber seconds it. Any questions? Call for the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Passed. Can I have the planners speak to this, please?
So the next item tonight is a variance application BO 106 2023. The address is 3813, 3817, 3821, 3825 Main Street, roll number 52800. The intent of this proposal is to allow a facial sign with an increased sign size of 288 square feet maximum instead of 1.5 square feet maximum in the R3 multiple family zone. This is the variance request table. It shows what the subject side is zoned and what the zoning bylaw requirements is and what the applicant is proposing. This is the subject side that shows the existing multifamily residences on site. And this is the site plan and the location of the proposed facial sign going on the face of one of the buildings on site. This is how the site is going to look like in terms of size and in terms of the lettering. For council's consideration, the intent is to place a facial sign on an existing multifamily building on a property zone R3 multifamily dwelling. As per Table 8 of the West St. Paul zoning bylaw, the maximum allowed size for official sign is 1.5 square feet. The applicant is proposing a 288 square foot official sign, therefore requiring a variance. This is one instance where it appears the zoning bylaw is injurious to the subject proposal, given the 1.5 square foot requirement. The proposal appears to be compatible with the general nature of the surrounding area. The application was circulated to the RM of West St. Paul and the highways, and there were no concerns with the subject proposal.
Quick question.
RRPD is recommending just two conditions: that the variance be limited to what is being applied for, and that any changes will require a new variance approval. Our applicant owner obtain all required permits from the Red River Planning District if required. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, any questions to the planner?
Yes, to the
Councilor
planner.
Paxton first, please.
Yeah, Mr. Ojo, thanks for that. So yeah, just thank you. It's 1.5 square foot requirement. Is the Red River Planning going to change that?
So yeah, I think it's something that we need to look at. It's really
Nice.
small, and I think it's coming from some of the old requirements. Yeah.
That's our
Okay.
bylaw, though.
Yeah, it's the bylaw. Yeah, for now. Yeah.
That's our bylaw.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Councilor Claudia? you have a
Yeah,
question?
what are the dimensions of the current sign? Like times what?
98 by 11 and a
It's
half.
yeah. So just 1 second.
28,
24 by 12.
24, that's what I think.
24 by
Yeah.
12, okay. So you're saying, how many square feet? I'm just-
288.
That's what they're asking for.
Yeah, that's what they're asking for.
What is it currently?
They don't have a sign. This is a new sign going up.
No, that sign's up there
It's
already.
on the
No,
one
it
side of the
says
building.
also change the existing, slight change.
Mm.
That's what Red River Planning has.
Yeah.
Council, go ahead. Elaine.
I can speak to this. So the municipality through Red River Planning had contacted the applicant because the sign was non-compliant with the zoning bylaw, and I believe that is the reason the application came.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
So they did something they weren't supposed to. They just put it up.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions to the planner? Okay, could I have the applicant come forward, please?
Hello.
Are you with the applicant?
Here, yes.
Are you gonna be speaking? Like whoever's gonna be speaking needs to come up.
I may.
No, that's, all right. You may, that's good enough. You need to. So just state your names and your address, please.
My name is Kelly Derhack. I'm representing Forthright Properties. I don't live in the RM.
You can provide their address.
7 Green Acres.
I'm Sarah Tager, also an employee of Forthright Properties located at 7 Green Acres.
Okay. By all means, proceed.
So just to add a little history, as you said, we did something we weren't supposed to do. I can't really speak of when the sign went up because I wasn't an employee there at that time. But we had a freestanding sign that was closer to the highway at Main Street. We were requested to take it down. We did that and complied with those and put this sign on the side of the building, and the permits were not applied for. Not sure why, but they weren't. And having been notified that we needed these permits, I had put in an application for the permit. It was denied, and we were requested given the option to apply for the variance.
This is a really big sign.
It's true. The reason that the size we're requiring or requesting the size or would like to have it the size, the sign that was closer to the road is now set back on the property quite a bit back from where it was. And to be able, to see the sign and be able to identify our property as a rental and get people coming and moving and living into this community and supporting this community, we believe the sign you have very little time to see a sign on the road. And as you're driving I believe the speed limit there is between 50 to 70 depending on the time. And we believe that the sign will help us fill our rental property. It's not lit, so it's not a visual, it's not just glaring into people's windows, it's all of those. We believe it's aesthetically pleasing. That would
So
be our.
why is your sign then in Balderstone smaller than this one? I don't care, there's a sign existing currently, isn't there?
I would say the size difference would be based on the location of the buildings. This is on Main Street, which is quite a higher traffic area. Balderstone is more tucked in from the highway. There's more residential, there's more people around. I don't think the requirement to be as large is needed.
But if you're tucked back, wouldn't you want it larger?
So it depends what your priorities are, I think. And when you're tucked into a little residential area, you want to make sure that it is aesthetically pleasing and fitting in with the aesthetics of the neighborhood. So the buildings themselves at both properties are built to suit their surrounding neighborhoods. And the only way to really show the general public that these are rentals versus condos or privately owned homes is to have signage. With that said, I think offering a sense of tastefulness in the creation of the signs was paramount. So having Balderstone smaller for a smaller sized property. I believe the fascia on those buildings is also smaller, if I'm correct, plus the window placement requires a smaller sign unless you're going to be blocking windows or something that would otherwise interfere with the enjoyment of the community. So that would also necessitate a smaller sign at Balderstone than at Main Street.
Can I just make a comment here since I asked you the question? Do you think a 300 square foot sign is tasteful?
Well, yeah, you know, when you're looking at the side of the building that it's on.
Which side is it on? The north side?
It's on the west side and
It's on the west side,
northwest
facing
side.
facing Main Street.
Facing?
Main
Main Street.
Facing Main Street. It does.
Freestanding, or is it you're pinning it up against the wall?
No, it's actually,
attached to the
yeah, it's
building.
attached into the fascia. So as Kelly had mentioned, it was a freestanding sign. It was much closer to the road. Now it's pulled further back. It's on the property. I think there's often confusion with permitting for example, I knew that you have to have permitting for a large sign over a certain size when it's freestanding, but when it's on your property and on your building, I actually wasn't aware, so I would have actually missed that accidentally as well.
So if we approve this, are you going back to freestanding?
No, we would keep it where it is. So part of when we say tastefulness is like Kelly described with not having it backlit, not having lights that are shining into neighboring bedrooms.
So if we put a condition on it, that must remain where it is currently, fixed aside the fascia, you don't have a problem with that?
No.
Okay.
Councilor Shetty?
Well, it's better than the one that, when they had the freestanding one, there was actually one this size on the side of the building and it was red.
Oh.
So this
yes.
is much better than what they had up there for 3 years, which was red saying for rent. So-
Yeah, we don't want those aggressive kind of colors or screaming out. They're dull tones, they're neutral. And like we said, they're right against the building. They're not sticking out in any way.
It's, what I think gets me is that if it was the Forthright property, say as big as the rent today sign, the size of the sign, looking, if you wanna just scroll to that, it just would show more advertising the company, and then a smaller version of the, rental office or contact for information. It's just, it does still stand out, but it's better than the red one that they had on that existing side there.
Understood.
It's just, it really stands out with that rent today. It just kind of brings down a little bit of the whole area.
I can understand the concerns with the aesthetics, and I think that's something we can definitely discuss with our team if that was to be named as a condition. However, we also need to keep in mind that it's there for a purpose, and with the community being fit farther back from the frontage line, we really need to get the messaging out there. So it's known that you have 50 milliseconds up to a couple of seconds to have a message read as somebody's driving, or to even have a first impression in a face-to-face initial meeting. So again, as I said, because they're townhouses that are initially visible, people tend to assume that they're privately owned homes, and we need to be able to have it out there that they are actually for rent and that opportunity is there. We also are considering the economic factor of having full units in these complexes and what that brings to the community. So in terms of the average of household income, people tend to spend money in the areas in which they live. I believe it benefits all of the neighborhood when we are able to keep these buildings fully leased.
There is one condition I'd like to add to that. It's not there, but I'm sure it's, the maintenance of the sign has to be, if this gets approved, it should go in the conditions that it's gotta stay up to, you know, a standard that you're not gonna see a corner hanging off, wearing out, that kind of stuff, so.
That's fair.
Well, the other thing is, do you want it to turn red?
No.
Oh.
Because if we approve the sign, we approve the
this,
sign, we're approving the dimension, they can change it.
No, according to the application, it says if any changes, needs to come back to council.
Okay.
So we're approving this right here.
Shall be maintained to the satisfaction of the area.
That's what I'm talking
We should maybe ask the planner that, is that correct?
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Okay, if we're approving that sign,
That is
if
why-
they change it in any way, like color,
No,
shape, whatever, it has to come back.
That's what you're approving, and that's
Okay.
how it's going to be, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I think.
That was my question, so
There was some other clarification, I think it's someone else to do with the.
I'm on the construction side of.
You need to come to the.
You have to come there,
Are
you have
you
to see
part
your
of- are you
name, you
part of
have to
the,
see your address.
My name's Dustin Muller. I work with Forthright Property.
Excuse me, you can just grab a chair so you can sit down.
And can you turn the mic to you?
Yeah. So I just wanted to speak to the construction part of it. So the sign does every 16 inches have a metal washer that's riveted onto the sign, and we use 3.5-inch structure screws to fasten that, and it's directly fastened into the studs of that wall, that 2x6 wall. So if you're at all worried about it coming off, that is very unlikely to happen.
We're worried about it getting shabby
Yeah,
over the
faded
period of
out,
time.
you
Yeah.
know, that.
You know,
just
erosion,
maintenance.
basically, wind, weather, rain, snow, wind.
We don't like shabby.
Shabby chic. But that's what we're worried about, it's just it becoming old and then it's never replaced. So there has to be upkeep and maintenance if it gets old and it needs to be replaced. We could put that in the condition too.
I guess I have, I do like the colors of the sign. I've seen the sign, but I agree with Councilor Shetty that rent to the sign, that is, it really doesn't attract anything to the building. I think it sends a negative message. In my opinion, it sends a negative message because it means that it's either under construction or, you know, people have a high turnaround. And you mentioned that you have it up there because it's townhouses and apartments, but in the city, there's a lot of apartments that are condos.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see apartment buildings having big signs on like that up there, 52 weeks of the year rent today. I don't see very many apartment buildings that have that, so I really question why it has to be that big. I can understand you having it on there, but for that size, I think it's too much.
Would council be more open to a slightly different call to action in terms of marketing verbiage? Something like join our community and still having rent today underneath as a smaller call to action, but maintain the size of the sign.
Yeah, just some, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Something less transactional.
Just my opinion, yeah, just something to drop more, showing the community, advertising that, yes, they're for rent, but not making it the focal point of, that's what I meant by, you know, if you had Forthright Property as a bigger version with the rent, or.
Okay.
It's just that rent stands out, and if you look around the whole area, there's nothing else there for rent, so I believe the planner has something.
So the problem with that is if it's approved the way it is, the applicant will be able to either, you can put a condition to say that they can go smaller, but they won't be able to do any other thing aside from that. It has to be either the way it is or nothing.
Or we can table it and get them to change it.
No.
Can we not? Because all we're changing is, we're not changing the dimension, we're changing the wording.
So to clarify, this is what the applicant has applied for, and this is what council is making a decision on.
Yeah.
It is not to council to say, I'd like green font or an image change. This is the application, this is what you are approving, or not.
So the problem with that is if you make any changes to the fonts, to the color tonight, if they come back for permits, it's gonna be flagged and they will need to apply for a new variance.
You know, I'm gonna ask a question. We've had variances come here, and we've had variances for, and I've seen this. I wasn't on council at the time, but I've seen council do this, where the pitch of the roof is 17 feet or 18 feet, and council says, can you take it down a foot? And we'll table it, and we want you to come back with a different drawing. And they come back, we tabled it, and they got a 17-foot pitch, and we say, good to go, let's approve it. So what are we doing different here?
So if you want to table to get what council wants, you can do that. I'm just saying that if you want to go forward to make a decision tonight, it's going to
We have to do
be-
it as is.
Yeah, as is, yeah.
But we could table it and say, could you come back and
Yeah.
just change the words on there for us?
Mhm.
And then we'd be happy to approve it?
Sure.
Okay, that's all we wanted to know, right?
I think Kelly had raised one point, which is that these are the signs that are at all of our properties. My role at Forthright is marketing manager, so I actually should have come up with that point. But brand continuity is very important. It's important that the same message be recognized at the various properties we have. They are throughout rural Manitoba and around the perimeter of the city. It is very recognizable. They are the same thing, and it's important that people are able to understand and have that brand recognition, and that's part of the value of the sign.
Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilor Penney.
It's not your sign over on La Jamodier, where you have your apartment blocks by the Tim Hortons. You have a completely different sign.
That will be, go ahead.
Those are under a different company and they're not Forthright Properties.
It does say Forthright on it. It says,
They're,
come to West St. Paul. We have
they're,
more rentals in West
they
St.
are
Paul. That's what it says.
They are a portion of Forthright. There's Thiessen Towers, there is Stellar Capitals, and there are other different ownership groups that own the different properties.
Yeah, but you're not at arm's length. Your guys are all
No,
together.
I
You're
understand.
subsidiaries.
And that was also an older property. It's one of the first
But you're
ones
saying
that
that
we
all your
built.
signs are the same. Your signs are not all the same.
I think that would be the goal.
That would be the goal. Okay,
What
that's
I,
fair enough.
what I
That's your
was
goal.
actually saying was like all the ones currently under the Forthright Properties name are the same.
Well, you could
In
have
my
this-
mind, that's a different company than the Thiessen Towers, Stellar Capital, and the other companies that existed prior.
I'll just say this, if you're keeping the black and white and you're keeping those parameters, it's gonna look the same. All we're asking you to do is reduce this and just make that like that. So the aesthetics is gonna look similar. I mean, if you wanna take that back to the Thiessen Brothers and see what they say, we could table it and you could do that. You know, we're keeping the sign basically the same. All we're doing is just change the big rent today. Right? That's what you're saying, Counselor Bichetti?
Yeah, just something to make it more community, just fit in more.
Yeah, you know what, I like the suggestion that you brought up, changing the wording to welcome, come to our community. It speaks the same as rent today. And then you have the information down on the bottom there. I like that. I don't like that rent come to our community as big. I think it should be smaller, but the wording needs to change also.
You could put rentals available.
Well, I like Turcom.
You could put, welcome to West St. Paul Community Rentals Available, and there's the number. You do it that way.
Go ahead, Councilor Bichetti.
The sign's up right now, so it's not gonna matter to them if we make a decision tonight or not.
That's right.
So
Oh, I see,
why
okay.
doesn't council table this and you go back to your, you know, whoever approves all of it? I didn't know which way to word it, but, and see if there is something that they would be willing to look, as you worded something in that realm, that we're not closing it, we're just tabling it. Is that correct, Femi?
Yeah, correct.
Mr. Planner, sorry.
I'm okay with that.
I don't think we want it closed.
No.
I mean, I understand there's the cost of the sign,
Mhm.
but then I also understand you put it up without getting a variance for it. So a little bit is on you. But, you know, if your boss is saying no, then that comes back to council and make a decision.
like, I can't speak what I wanna say on this one, because it's your next application. But I do have complaints about the way it's being read there from another, complex that's across the street from your other one. And they feel that it runs the area, we understand they're all for rent, they have no problem with that, but it's just something to make it more fit in, so it's not bang, rent, right in your face, right? It'd be like having a big garage sale sign constantly in front of you. It just kinda makes the area feel like that, so,
What's across from it?
on Balderstone.
Oh, on Balderstone.
Yeah, it's the next that's
Oh,
why
I
I
see what
didn't
you're
wanna
saying.
bring that
So
up, so.
we'll just deal with this one
Yeah,
first.
that's why.
Certainly.
So I don't know if you want us, because we're willing to table it and have you look at it and get back to your bosses and then get back to us. I don't know, I'm gonna probably speak. So if they're gonna be presenting us with ideas, do we have to have a public hearing, or can they just give us what the ideas are and then we can?
You'd have to table it and then
So
open it back.
tabling tonight means the public hearing is still open. So
Okay.
you make a motion to say that the public hearing has been adjourned to a specific date and time, and we'll continue with where we stopped tonight.
But can they bring changes to the sign?
Yeah.
Are we limited on days at all?
No,
Okay,
no
good.
limits. Yeah.
All right.
So I just want to say that I do I respect the brand, the branding idea that you're talking about, that it has to be unified, but I do agree with my colleagues. In the same way, when I first looked at it on first blush, I said, oh, geez, exactly what the mayor was saying. If the forthright was more visible and rent today was a little bit softer, but I did like your suggestion about join our community. Those are great words. So I'm hoping that you can go back to your leadership and that you can present this situation, because I certainly would be open to that. In its current form, I'm less open to it, so just want to put that on the table for you.
So we will table any more questions?
Nope.
Okay.
We do have a few people registered for information, if you want to have that this evening, or.
Sure.
Do we-
Excuse me,
go
but
ahead.
if we go into that, then there's no speaking if they want, unless anything changes next meeting.
Okay.
Or do we just go right into the public hearing part, where we have people speaking? at
And
the
then they
next
come
meeting?
back and they speak
They can
again.
close it the way
We
it
can
is
do
right
that,
now and
though.
allow it as messed up. Yeah.
So we'll just table it and then they can come back and speak at
Yep.
the next time?
Right. So council will pass a motion to adjourn this public hearing
Okay.
to a date and time. So council can consider that if you'd like it to be your next meeting on the 26th of October,
Okay.
in 2 weeks' time.
Do you need more time?
How much time do you need to decide?
It's
You
the
know, can
12th.
I make I don't know if you guys agree, but
Yeah.
instead of bringing back one sample, maybe bring back
Some options.
some options.
If
right?
they're willing to do, or
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
leave it the way it
If
is.
they're willing.
It's-
Yeah.
It's, I understand it's not your call, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll leave timing up to Kelly.
That's a hard one.
Well, just.
Well, if we
one
vote
month-
now, then you have to live by what we vote.
No, I agree, and
you might have
timing,
to take
I'm
the
just,
sign down.
I know that they're in the office every 2 weeks or once a month, and
Okay,
it's.
so do you want more time?
But you can go 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months.
We can go till the end of November.
We can go for 5 years and the sign just.
No.
No.
Nice
Just kidding.
try.
I'm just
It's
kidding.
already 2 years old, so there's only 3 years left in it.
How long
right?
has it been up there?
Thought I'd try.
Sometime
No, but
within
that-
sometime within the next
sometime.
60 days would be ideal. I'd
Well,
say.
no, but the thing we're getting into is Christmas, so that's what I'm wondering is,
When, how often are these meetings?
Every
Well,
month.
Once a month?
Yeah, once a month, on the first Tuesday of every
Well,
month.
the planning portion, but we
The
can't put it
second
on a regular meeting. We could put it as late as November 26th.
I think that's probably a better option.
That would work for you?
Yeah.
That will give us time to also
Yeah.
produce design ideas
Yeah.
after it's been discussed.
As
Yeah.
long as our administration knows what's coming up.
Oh, wait, November 26th?
It's
It would
just
be
a
the-
regular
The
council meeting.
23rd, November 23rd is a
Oh,
regular
I'm
council
sorry,
meeting.
I got October in front of me, November
November
23rd,
23rd
thank
is
you.
the-
Yeah,
When is the, that's at the end of November, right? Yes.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yes, okay.
we
Yeah,
shouldn't
November
have a
23rd.
super heavy agenda on that one.
You never know.
But
Who
that's-
knows?
Does that,
We'll
those
fit
dates
you
work
in.
better, end of November?
I think that's, gives us time to discuss with our
Yeah.
board members and produce
Yeah, run you
drafts
some time for
if
the
they-
design drafts as well after speaking.
if they approve.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, okay, we'll go ahead and we'll, close this, no, we'll.
Yeah, we have to put a
adjourn it.
motion on the
Adjourn.
floor.
So, okay,
What's, I just, because I'm just thinking, I hear like some, it might be tight, so what's the next day, what would be the next meeting date in December?
First week,
Is there one?
second week of December.
The planning meeting in December is the 14th.
Would that be a better date for you? Sounds like that might be.
I think either will be fine,
Okay.
November or December.
Okay, well, let's go November then.
Okay.
Okay.
okay, so can
Good.
we?
I
can
put a
we,
motion on the floor to table this application until November 23rd.
So the motion would be to adjourn, that be it resolved that council do hereby adjourn the public hearing to November, pardon me,
23rd?
November 23rd, 2023 at 6 PM and resume the regular meeting of council.
okay, can I have a second?
So, yep, I'll motion it.
Yeah, Councilor Cliver second, moves it, and you'll second, Councilor Service seconds it. Any other comments? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? None, carried.
Thank you.
Okay.
See you then.
Before
You
we
might as well
start the
stay there.
next one,
You
Yep.
might as well stay there.
Mr. Planner,
Oh, yeah.
Do we have
how
to
do we
open
go
this
into the next
to
one doing
adjourn
the
it?
same thing?
We'll do the same thing for the next one.
Yeah, you can just do the same thing, if that's
Do
your
we need
concern.
to open it, or can we just go right in?
No, you need to open it,
Okay.
then
That's what
close
I
it,
was
yeah.
just asking.
Okay,
All right, here we go.
so, we go right straight into the resolution?
No,
Or do we have to?
you have to open
No,
this.
open the
there's
public
no-
hearing.
Just
You would be
right straight
going
into
to
open it?
5.3
Okay,
and you open the public hearing.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, perfect. Be it resolved that this meeting of council recess for the purpose of holding a public meeting pursuant of section 96A of the Planning Act. Can I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Council Paxton moves it, Councilor Bichetti seconds it. Any comments? Hearing none, can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Okay, now.
Can I make a motion now?
Yes.
That we've,
Similar,
Can you-
to adjourn. I can read,
Please.
be it resolved that council do hereby adjourn the public hearing to November 23rd, 2023 at 6 PM and resume the regular meeting of council.
Second.
Council Bichetti moves it.
I'll
Councilor
second.
Cliver seconds it. Any call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None, carried.
Okay,
Perfect.
well, you're done for
Good night.
tonight.
I'm surprised.
they're being email blasted.
We kind of have to stick to that date, so. Okay? Okay.
Yes, notified by an email blast?
Whatever, how you ever do it, at least
Okay.
remind
Is that okay? Okay, so now we are on, where are we? This one. So next is.
You're welcome to stay, or you can, or whatever. If you're here for the next one too.
Oh, wait.
You can leave if
You
you
can go
wish.
if you want. Okay? Get out early. Yep, open this.
Night.
Good night. Be it resolved that this meeting of council recessed for the purpose of holding a public hearing to section 74(1) of the Planning Act. Can I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Paxton moves, Councilor Bichetti seconds it. Any questions, comments? Can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Could I have the planners start?
So, the next item is a zoning bylaw amendment application, BL 2023-08P. The address is at 3828 Main Street, roll number 52600. The intent is to rezone the subject property from RR residential to CM commercial mixed-use zone in order to establish a mixed-use development. This is the subject site and the surrounding context. And this is the CM bulk regulations, where the new zone that the applicant is rezoning to in terms of height, setbacks, and their the minimum lot area, site area, and the site width. RRPD analysis. The applicant is proposing to rezone the subject property to CM, Commercial Mixed-Use Zone, to facilitate a mixed-use development. The site proposal will facilitate more housing opportunities for local residents and the commercial establishment that serves the immediate area. The subject proposal aligns with the commercial policies of the settlement center designation in the RRPD development plan. The proposal is also in conformance with the mixed-use neighborhood policies of the Middle Shore Secondary Plan and the West St. Paul zoning bylaw. RRPD recommends that the applicant owner enter into a development agreement to address requirements for on-site development, uses, design standards, and infrastructure, etc. RRPD is recommending approval subject to three conditions. One of the conditions is that the applicant enter into a development agreement with the RM addressing on-site development standards. Applicant owner revised concept plan to submit to Manitoba Transport and Infrastructure. Applicant owner contact MTI regarding right-of-way access relocation requirements. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Councilor Clary.
To the planner, you have a letter attached here, City of Winnipeg comments. Have you seen that letter?
You mean the applicant?
No, it's from the City of Winnipeg.
Yes.
Okay, you haven't addressed it in your conditions, so the letter from the City of Winnipeg clearly states that if this goes over a period of time, there may not be any capacity for wastewater discharge.
So this is more, if you look at the comment, is more like information for the applicant and for the RM. So that will be addressed through the servicing requirements, through the development agreement. It's not,
No, I don't think it should be addressed in a development agreement. It should probably be addressed in the conditions.
No, that
Because
is.
it can't go forward without assurances that there is wastewater discharge available.
So even without the applicant meeting all the requirements in the development agreement, they can't even move forward with the application. So it's the same thing. Typically, you don't have
But why would you issue a permit not knowing whether there is servicing?
we are not at that stage yet. What we're here for is for rezoning the property, and you're talking about servicing of those units. So I'm now saying that these are issues that will be addressed in the development agreement with the RM. That's standard. It's not.
Yeah.
It's
I
standard.
know, but my concern is that we approve something, and we have this development agreement, and then they go to build, and there's no wastewater discharge. There's no water.
There. Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead, Blaine.
So the development agreement would satisfy that point before anything further would happen. Okay, the development agreement would have to be adhered to before you could move forward with
Any permits.
any permits.
Okay. So we have to put that into a development agreement, and we have to state that. We want Pam to put that in.
It's already there.
It's already,
How can it already be there if we haven't done the development agreement yet?
No, I'm saying that, so when you do a development agreement as part of the general speaking terms,
Yeah.
is here is saying that servicing site services. So you don't go to the specifics when you speak in the development agreement. You cannot just speak to the broader terms. So here is saying site services, which is part of what the applicant
Okay.
is supposed to do. Yeah.
Well, I'm just more confused than ever, but okay.
I think we're good.
Okay, any more questions from the, oh, you had one.
just a comment that it is in here in the application that it will be serviced with the wastewater, and it does say that the RM has stated to them that they're in the works for piped water and that it'll be available when it says stuff right in here.
Yeah.
Indicated that the RM administration has indicated that additional water capacity is in the process of being secured and would service the proposed development once available.
I can address that, yeah. So because this would be located within the Middle Church area, any new development would have to be serviced by municipal wastewater and water. So if if our capacity expands, they would have to connect to that. And if we don't have capacity to provide water, they wouldn't be able to go forward.
So we would have to put in the development agreement that This building cannot go forward without wastewater services, confirmation of wastewater services, and confirmation of municipal water. Okay.
Any other questions? No? Can I have the applicant come forward?
Got a presentation from me, it's just on PDF, it's possible to
Do you wanna take that?
Oh, I got enough clippers. Should be the only PDF on the flash drive.
Okay.
Perfect. Thanks for loading that up. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to present. My name's Andre Friesen. I'm a planner with Landmark Planning and Design. Actually really excited to be here. We've been working on this one for about 6 years. Yeah, I think that the time is now. So thanks again for working with us over that period. I've got a brief presentation that I'll hop into here. The planner's addressed a couple things, and I can address some of the questions that you've already had for the planner. I think those things have been discussed, and I'll speak to them in this presentation here. Oops.
Sorry, Andre, can you just pull the mic closer? Just, we find when we hear the videos.
Yeah, absolutely.
Presenter, so.
Absolutely. So again, 3828 Main Street, it's roughly 5.87 acres. The purpose of this hearing today is to consider rezoning from the rural residential zone to the CM commercial mixed-use zone. And the reason for that is with that zone in place, there is one mixed-use building that is proposed. The main floor of the building that fronts onto Main Street would include approximately 25,000 square feet of space for commercial units. These units are intended to provide professional service type uses such as a medical office, pharmacy, dentistry, as well as other neighborhood scale commercial uses. The rear portion of the main floor and the floors above would be for residential uses. Depending on the configuration of the residential uses, the building could include approximately 200 units, which would range in size from 800 square feet to over 1,400 square feet. The proposed building would be geared towards a 55-plus lifestyle, where residents can age in place, in a building with numerous amenities, elevators, and indoor underground heated parking. In the planner's dimensional standard table, there should actually be an asterisk beside building height. We're proposing 45 feet for residential uses in the bylaw. 45 feet is the regulation.
Yep.
Just wanted to point that out. As mentioned, municipal water is proposed and would be the only way this project could move forward. We've been in discussion with administration for years on this one. We know that there is still capacity and that there is more capacity that's being sought in the future. Any project like this still after a rezoning approval would take months, if not longer, years to come up with detailed design drawings, all that kind of stuff. So based on the trajectory of future water, this would likely align nicely. Municipal sewer is also proposed. I did have a good conversation with the planner from the city of Winnipeg that put forward those comments. They basically said, as Mr. Planner mentioned, that it's something that they're including in all their applications these days. It's kind of just be advised that at some point in time there might not be any capacity. We don't know what our numbers are. We've promised the RM a certain amount of capacity, but just be advised, if you sit on this thing for years, things can change. Other projects might be tapping into what we have, and you may not get your spot in line kind of thing. So it's just more of an advisory. It wasn't we're out of capacity. You can't move forward with it. So that's what I got from spoken with James Platt at the city of Winnipeg. He's been a planner for many years in the long range planning department. James Platt, or just the J under his name in the comments there. In terms of planning policy, well, this is a settlement center area, which allows for a mix of uses to occur. We also noted in the Middle Church secondary plan, this property is also designated as a mixed-use neighborhood policy area, which would support this type of application. And of course, it's the zoning that we're dealing with today, and to implement this proposal, the rezoning is needed. We need to actually have zoning in place to allow for further work to be done on this project and to move it forward. So that's why we're suggesting the commercial mixed-use zone. It's a newer zone in your bylaw that allows for two different types of mixed use. Main floor commercial, residential above, or commercial standalone and residential surrounding. So this would be the latter of the two. So over the past 6 years, we've definitely dealt with a lot of provincial departments. We've been in contact with the RM, Red River Planning, Manitoba Transportation and Infrastructure, neighbors, a pretty wide array of people. We've definitely tried our best to keep people up to date on what was going on. From our first open house, a lot changed over the course of a year and a bit. That's why we kind of put things on hold due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We weren't holding as many open houses, and we also had some homework to do to respond to feedback that we received at that first open house. We held another open house this year, 2023. It was well attended, and the proposed new changes to the application were appreciated, and I got a lot of positive feedback at that open house. One of the main reasons for that open house, well, this just shows kind of the progression. We started off with 2 buildings, and we're going to do mixed-use commercial with a commercial building in the front, then just 1 building footprint, and the one on the far right is the one we're moving forward with today. Again, one of the main reasons why we revised the design is we've been working with Manitoba Transportation and Infrastructure for years on this project. They're aware of it. They know that we're planning this, and they've been working with their designers to design their road accordingly to make sure that it can handle future access for a use like this. Early this year, we found out that the proposal that they had on the left, having a service road and having all properties kind of from both sides to the north and to the south converge on this property, they decided not to proceed with that. So now their recommendation is just to proceed with access that would align with access on the east side of the road there as well. So the
So the left side is out? The left side of the screen is not going to be done?
The left of his side.
Sorry, the right side. Yeah, so the service road is not being done anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the most recent conversation that we've had with MTI. I don't know if council's been brought any new information since we were informed, but they did a reach out to different property owners. I know multiple property owners along the stretch of road that have been contacted throughout that process, but that's the most recent information that we have. And actually, one of the proposed conditions of approval, I think, is based off of, I don't know what they were looking at, but they asked for our access to align with the one across the road, which we're already proposing. And we know that they're taking a portion of the front, so I think we've already accounted for that. But anyway, just wanted to bring that to council's attention. So in terms of the proposed mixed-use building, again, main floor is proposed to be commercial. This is just a precedent example of how that could look. What we're proposing would likely be the same thing. Commercial main floor, then the building would step back, and actually you've got a lot of regulation in your zoning bylaw to deal with these types of structures now. It's not just a carte blanche. You can come in with a building, and that's what anything goes. Any building that we would propose would be subject to a design committee review, so council gets to see everything before it moves forward, the design, the finishes, all that kind of stuff. And there is additional regulation in the zoning bylaw that wasn't there previously. So there's a lot of checks and balances moving forward. But this is what we're proposing to do. So that can include other types of commercial uses. Again, neighborhood scale commercial on the main floor. The next one would be within the center of the building. There's a large central courtyard that can be used by residents. The intent is for it to be kind of a little oasis out of the wind there for residents to use throughout the year with some amenity space. It'll be heavily landscaped and it'll be a beautiful part of that, internalized part of that community. Large lobby and atrium off the main entrance, high ceilings, grand sense of entrance. Want this to be a very high-end unique building that doesn't exist in West St. Paul at the moment. Again, geared towards a 55-plus lifestyle, where people that are looking for a different type of living arrangement, and I'm going to get to that in some of my other slides, would feel quite at home. Shared common areas, if you want to bring family down, you can expand into these areas, expand into the games room. Large balconies are proposed. There's some pretty amazing views from this property in almost every direction. You can see the river, you can see north, you can see the sunset on the other side, and you can see Winnipeg looking south. So great views all around. Fitness center, and then of course indoor parking. And the configuration of the building as proposed now, that's one of the reasons that it is more conducive to indoor parking. You can drive in at one side, you can drive all the way through the building and then back out the other side, or through the way you came in, but it's all connected. Having underground indoor parking for standalone buildings is far less cost effective to do, and this is way more conducive to that type of design. The goal is to provide as many, if not more, parking spaces than are required. We know there's 2 per unit that would be required. Based on the floor plate that we have, plus the additional outdoor parking, we should be able to exceed that, obviously subject to fine-tuned site design and architectural design for the building. One of the things I wanted to mention, and this is based off of 2021 census information, which is the most current that I have, but based on that information in 2021, West St. Paul had a population of about 6,700 residents, likely grown since. But if we're looking at that information from 2021, 32% of the RM's population, or just under 2,200 residents, would be 55 or older. It's not an insignificant number. People that in the future might be looking for a different type of living arrangement, looking for somewhere they can stay in the community but don't have an option right now. So it's a way of keeping people here, close to what they love, close to their families, close to the amenities that they're used to, but maybe living in a different type of dwelling that would be more conducive to that active lifestyle that they're looking for. And that's just backed up by the fact that it's mainly single-family detached housing in West St. Paul right now. I know there's been a couple new projects that have come up, but nothing that would provide offerings like what this proposal is looking to accomplish. So to summarize and conclude, as mentioned, I think Council's aware we've been working on this one for quite some time. We've tried our best to keep everyone up to date on the changes that have been going on. The proposed rezoning, it complies with the development plan, the secondary plan, and it's in keeping with your population and your population trends. The proposed building will provide on-site amenities not currently offered in West St. Paul. We think it's very much suited to this site in West St. Paul, instead of others. It's a good location for it, and that's my presentation. Thanks for letting me speak. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Council, have any questions?
I have questions. I always have questions. Okay. So one of the questions that I have, and it's going to be a question that's asked of us, how can you designate 55 plus?
You can't. That's why we're not saying that it is a 55-plus building. Similar to how we can't say it's a rental or a lease or it's owner-occupied or a condo, because we can't control that. But the building and the amenities that includes will be geared towards that kind of lifestyle.
Okay. Is it the intention of the owner to have life leases, or what is their intention?
The intention would be leases or just a simple rental, whatever you call it.
Okay, so they're going to retain ownership of the building? They're
Yes.
not going to sell units?
No, that's not the plan at this point in time. It's intended to be a lease or a rent structure.
Because I think originally when you came to us, we talked about life lease.
Yeah, so that's still an option. That is not ownership. It would be similar to.
It is and it isn't. 'Cause
Yeah.
you can sell your life lease, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that still is on the table.
Okay.
Yeah.
So life lease would allow you to do 55 plus?
Potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, typically can't, especially from the zoning bylaw end here, we can't zone people.
We can't designate it, but
Yeah.
typically speaking, okay.
We can create an environment that's suited to a certain type of lifestyle.
How many units do you think you'll have?
Right now, based on the building footprint and those average unit sizes of about 800 to 1,400, It's trending to a larger size unit these days because people want more space. 'Cause
Oh,
they're
okay,
downsizing.
that's the square footage, but how many units would you have for rent?
Roughly 200.
200, okay.
Yeah, so that number comes directly from the zoning bylaw.
Okay.
The site's 5.87 acres, times it by 43,560, and divided by 1250. So each unit is 1,250 square feet, and that's how you get the 200 number. I think we can actually fit more on the site, but 200 is a number that fits quite easily within that proposed structure with those unit sizes.
How many parking units underground per unit?
The intent is to have the majority of them underground. Some people may not need to, so there could be above-ground parking. The whole area at the rear of the building between the rail line and the building is proposed for additional parking.
What about the front?
The front would likely mainly be visitor parking or commercial parking for the commercial uses on the main
Okay.
floor. Yeah.
All right, so the back is going to be for residents and the front would be for any of the stores that would be in there or commercial units or whatever.
Correct, and they'll be, the way the building's been designed is the focus is also gonna, it's not just from the front, it's gonna look good from the front, but it also needs to look good from the back, because that's where the
Yeah.
residents are gonna be entering from.
Yeah.
And that's where they're gonna be interacting with the building the most, because as you head around the building to the back, that's basically where the residents go. You'd have no
Okay.
need to go there if you're looking for the commercial uses.
And the fencing, have you guys thought about fencing in this building?
Fencing has been discussed, but mainly with the adjacent property owner. The adjacent property owner, and he's here today, so he can speak on his behalf. But there was a concern, in my understanding, there's a concern with fencing and it causing snow to pile up in there. So
Okay.
we'd like to do more of a naturalized solution, having some tree plantings, some shrubs, whatever else that would
And that's in
create-
consultation with the neighbor?
That is, yes.
Neighboring property?
Yeah.
And the neighboring property also is a retail property, so would you allow anybody in there to compete with him?
We would not. I've actually got a signed memorandum of understanding from the property owner that's been provided to the adjacent neighbor saying that there would be no want or need to compete with his business. He's got a excellent establishment there that's well-known. The uses that are being proposed for this building
Would not compete?
would not compete. And
Okay.
if council were willing to put that as a condition of approval, we are fine with that, to restrict use of the building to something that wouldn't compete with Candelco next door.
Okay, thank you.
Very welcome.
No, Councillor Clyber brought up the biggest thing I would have is the aesthetics, which is the four sides of the building.
Yeah.
You know, it's gonna be seen from all around, and you answered that. Thank you.
Yeah, just in terms, because you're at the beginning of your project, so signage, what would that look like? Are you looking at more permanent signs? Because the previous application for the public hearing, you know, that's the lowest form of signage you can get. If you were to have signage, would it be more of a permanent structure, architectural signage?
It would be architectural signage, and I think there's a landscape plan related to a development like this, regulated through your zoning bylaw, and that could actually be regulated through a development agreement as well. Don't have any specifics on signage, because we haven't gotten there yet, but there are measures in your zoning bylaw already, plus additional measures that can be added through a development agreement to control that.
No, that's good. Thanks,
And if
Fred.
there's any excuses, I was at the hearing where the other one was addressed, so.
So
Permits
you
we
know,
applied for.
you're informed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm still involved with the project, absolutely.
I guess, just question about the buildings. Initially, I remember you coming with 3 separate buildings. Now, do I see that right, as one big building, or?
That's right, yeah, so
Okay.
our initial application, actually, if I flip back here, was for two buildings. To go a little ways back. That kind of shows a little bit of the
yes.
progression. I've actually got way more renderings and way more designs.
Yeah.
But this kind of speaks to what's been shown to council, what's been shown to the public, but we did start off with 2 buildings. These were also reviewed with the neighbor prior to having the open house. Then we went to a 3-building configuration, so the initial one was just residential.
Oh, okay.
Kind of midway through, we went to having a building in the front that would be commercial. And then based on MTI revising their design, it just made sense, instead of having a cluster of different buildings, just to make it one nice building and have kind of an all-in-one.
Yeah, it's nice, you can walk through it.
Yep.
And that whole building will have underground parking?
That's right. Yeah, so the floor plate for the parking, as you can see, if you take the parking lots that are on the west end and the east end there, those can actually fit under the building as well for parking stalls, and then the entire area would be underground parking in the building.
And the commercial part will only be in the front part of the building?
Correct,
Right?
yeah. Yeah, so basically everything on the front, I don't know if this, have a laser pointer? No, do this without poking anyone's eyes here. It doesn't seem to be working on the
The
screen.
front part.
The front facade part, like the
That would be
linear
commercial.
front of the building,
Yeah.
would all be commercial, yes.
So the parking for the commercial, the customers for the commercial, is there a sort of a guideline for how much parking spots you have for commercial, or is that?
There is, and as the goal would be to provide more than enough parking.
Okay.
But there are certain parking allotments for certain types of uses.
Yeah.
So that's actually something that could be ongoing based on the types of commercial uses that are proposed. I've come into that situation numerous times where you have a strip mall, but over time, the uses have changed and you need to increase the numbers, or they're way over their numbers. So this would be active as uses establish in there. But the goal is obviously to provide more than enough, because that's always the goal.
Here you brought up an interesting point too. You're saying that the commercial is at the front, so what's on the sides? Would it be like a first floor suite then?
That's right, yeah. So aside from that front portion, everything behind it then would converge on the courtyard in the back. And then the second floor above will just be strictly residential, third floor, fourth floor, same thing.
Okay.
But just that front facade would be commercial uses. And similar to the images that we showed, they'd be stepped forward, and then the residential uses would be stepped back to allow for a nice transition in building height. It's not gonna feel as tall as it actually is. Again, it's only 45 feet. It's not gonna look out of place. It'd just be this long, tall, blank wall kind of thing.
Okay.
I just got a question for Bob. So he went ahead and he's showing what he's thinking is supposed to be on the lot, but that doesn't tie into it. This is just for a rezoning of the lot.
Exactly.
He's just giving us added information.
Exactly. So what is before council tonight is just the rezoning of the property from RR to CN.
Yeah.
So like in the development agreement, there are requirements for building design, parking, landscaping, fencing, and all this kind of stuff that would be worked out between the RM and the developer.
So if we would, Pam, if I may, Mayor, direct Pam, if we wanted to see the building design before we signed the development agreement, we could see it?
That could come to council in the development agreement.
Okay.
And so he's still free to change the layout that's there?
Definitely.
Okay, that's all I want. Any other questions? Okay, then, thank you very much for your time. Like your presentation.
Thank you.
It's very nice.
It's been a pleasure working with everyone and getting to know numerous residents along the way.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, you still get to come back if you need to about it, so.
I'm not going anywhere.
So do we have anyone registered for the project?
Yes, we have Glenn Rosong registered in support.
Okay, come up, please.
I'm Glenn Rosong, 3794, 3796 Main Street, Candle Company Antiques. My wife's not here because Andre knows that my wife is not supporting this project because it's changed since we last talked. Started 4 or 5 years ago, just like he showed you.
Okay.
Initially, it was gonna be 88 units times 2 buildings, a little bit more greener, obviously, because of not being combined. And my wife was in favor then, and we're in favor of, that's why I didn't say no. I say yes because I expect development in West St. Paul. I just didn't think it was going to be to this size, which is fine. You will be the decision makers. I'm just gonna put some points out there. Let me just get this organized a little bit. Oh, I also like to thank my counselor for coming up with the question about my interest in my commercial property. It's like you, Councilor Bersetti, you wouldn't like somebody to set up right beside you to take your 45+ years of family business away because they could build right beside you. First thing I asked Andre once I found out about the commercial a year ago, I guess, whatever. The first thing I asked them was, no one's taking 38 years of work from me because they can spend $2,000 a month on property rent and take all my, not my customers. They could set up, and of course, that would never happen. People tell you, but I have an agreement that I'm going to be signing tonight and giving up. But I would like to have that included in the development agreement because it's a simple document. It's a lawyer's document from his people. I think it's legit, I trust people. And the thing is, if it does change, if it's in the development agreement, you guys will protect my interest then. So,
If I may, Mr. Song, just
Yeah.
give me one second. Can that, because that's from property owner to property owner, I just like to know before we say yeah, and is that something that the RM would be
I think the use.
able to enforce? Sorry, I'm just trying to
We don't have to-
clarify this before we say
We
yes.
don't have to do the memo of understanding, we can just put a condition in saying that there be no commercial properties that compete with Canada.
It's not something that we've done before for the purposes of not competing with another commercial use neighboring. I don't know if that would be something that would kind of open up a can of worms or.
So, okay,
So
you
go
continue,
ahead.
go ahead. Okay, so I looked at the wording in the development agreement saying that the applicant requires to enter into one. And under the general topic, it says use. I think the RM can run that by legal to find out if there is any mechanism to include something like that. But yeah, I think it's something that you guys need to run by legal.
So we could put like no competing use with adjacent property.
I wanted the words antique shop and gift shop.
I think we have to.
Generally, there's a word in the DA that talks about use on site. So under that, the RM can do some wordsmith to get something, but through legal, to make sure that it's something that is doable.
To make sure before we
Yes.
said yes to it, so.
Okay, go ahead.
My homework, I've talked to other people that I know, not from West St. Paul, but other people that do development agreements and all that. And unfortunately, they tell me that if it's not in the development agreement, and there's a dispute after, it's hard to get it followed through then with, even though there's a complaint. Because it's not in the original development agreement. I'll let you guys decide what you want to do, okay? He brought about, what I found out today, we've never been talking about rentals. I am against rentals, 100%. We never had a chance, though, very briefly, across the street, as a community, only 2 councillors know this, we never had a chance to talk about Forthright and rentals. They didn't have a public meeting, we had no input. I wrote a letter of support to those people.
Okay, can you just stick to, your objection is against rentals, let's
The
not
thing
go
is
into
that
history, please.
I just
stick to this,
telling
if you don't mind,
you,
please.
I found this out tonight, we
Okay.
discussed life lease.
Okay.
We discussed 300,000 and 400,000. I'm trying to convince my wife to buy one of these suites.
Okay.
I'll never leave this thing,
Okay.
this community. But the fact is that that's the first thing I want to talk. The 200 units, we've talked about 220, now it's come down to 200. It was initially 88 or 80 per building. Fencing, and this is why I don't like fencing. You walk over to the place by Middle Church, Forthright, you look at their fence. On one side, the bushes are, right now, they're this high yet, because somebody's got to weed whack that side. I don't want a fence on our property line, because guess who's gonna have to weed whack my side? It's called me. Well, we agreed on trees. Maybe not as many as it shows in the plan, but spacing them out, then whoever cuts that grass on one side, I'm gonna cut mine. I cut telephones as we now, I cut MTS hydro on both sides of me. And that's why we said no fencing. I don't care if there's a fence at the back, I don't care if there's a fence on the front, I don't care if there's a fence on the north side, because that's not my property line.
So can you, you're talking more like you're opposed to this as opposed to for, and you came up here saying that
Well,
you're
no,
for.
I'm not, we've agreed upon the fence already.
Yeah, I know, but.
We've agreed upon lots of things.
Okay.
I'm not against development.
Okay.
Well, I get to that point, I'm gonna say something here.
Here, let's let him just finish.
Yeah, no, it's fine. We talked about the no competition clause, we've already handled that.
Okay.
when I was doing my development 22 years ago on our building, the residential part, I was told that I had to build, called a control zone. It's 125 feet back from Main Street. This property right now is pretty close to the 125 feet back, but it isn't. We discussed how far, and it's pretty close. The telephone building to the north of my building, the little building there, a telephone was built back 125 feet. That's how I got my parking lot. They initially did not have the land. They wanted to give me 2 parking spots. I said to Selkirk Planning, Ed Arnold, he eventually worked for us here, and he said, Glenn, if you give them the land, they'll have to go back 125. This is MTS, this is the big guy. Anyway, the neat thing is, I gave them the land, they built it back. I would like this one major building to be pushed back. I don't understand how somebody can just get permission to build out of the control zone when all these older homes on Main Street have been pushed back to 125. I believe it's 125 feet. Obviously, our building is old. We're closer to Main Street. That's the thing. The fact is, the farther it goes back, then there's more space in the front. It's not, I couldn't believe, that's the first time I've seen our building with the conceptual drawing. I could not go to the open house. I was in Iowa. He sent me the drawings and everything else, we looked at it. The thing I want to bring up now is about the railway. The train goes by once a day maybe, very slowly. They're going less than 9 miles an hour. They're going to Mandak for scrap metal. They're going to the place at Crown Royal, whatever, Diageo in Gimli. We have a cottage there, but I still don't remember the name of the company. Because they do not have any hazardous waste. I was going to phone Ken Azarensky as what's his official job for emergency and all that.
The emergency coordinator.
I talked to Ryan Yackel, Chief Yackel, and he's told me he does not believe there's any dangerous goods being transported on the railway. When you go, I understand why, I'm not sure of the measurement, I believe it's 100 meters back. Well, I can understand when you're going to Persia Prairie at 70 miles an hour, you want, everything on that main line is going through with everything on it. Yes, but when it's going 9 miles an hour, and I've talked to the engineers or the conductors that do these trains, it takes them, they can't get to Gimli before they have to change drivers because it takes so long because they're going 9 miles an hour.
Do you mind speaking to the elements of the application?
No, but that's important. You're gonna, if you book your building back,
Because he wants it set back further.
yeah, to
And
make it,
that way
it's
it's
very
gonna
important.
reduce the number of meters towards the railway.
But the setback to their tracks is set by CP.
I think it's
We have
20 or 30
stipulation.
feet.
We have, whatever it may be,
Yeah.
that's the regulation they're gonna have to follow, and we have no
But the
changes. We can't.
Manitoba Association of Municipalities, he wants it to be 100.
Okay, I guess what we're saying is just keep yours more to the point instead of
Oh,
going.
yeah, we're right in the zoning that
No,
we're,
no, that's fine.
development standards.
So,
I'll be
Well, we
finishing
don't,
in,
we're not gonna really have a say what building goes up here.
no, we're just gonna, you have to
If we,
say.
once we put the zoning through, there's no subdivision, there's no, nothing. The only thing we can address is the development agreement.
You do have a saying about where it's gonna be built. No, why would it be by setbacks and things like that? You don't have any saying on that?
It'll go by the zoning.
Yeah, that is where the zoning standard comes in, and the
Yeah.
FCM, yeah.
So what is the setback zoning?
You want me to bring it
This
up?
is the new zone, by the way, Mr. Russo.
I understand.
Yeah, it was just passed 2 years ago, so we haven't had anybody do it yet. That's part of the
Yeah, 40 feet to the front.
change, right?
But then,
So let's see
Yeah.
what the setback is.
Yeah.
So the
excuse
sep-
me, can I?
Yeah.
Sorry, you know. That 40 feet, but doesn't MTI have a control zone there that they would have to follow also? That would probably override this one.
Yeah, Andre can speak to that, but in terms of the FCM standard regarding the distance to the rail line, it's just 30 meters. And provided the applicant meets that, that's it.
Okay.
so objection is that it's too close to the rail line.
It's not close enough to the railway.
Okay,
He wants it closer so you can get a bigger setback.
yeah, okay, that's good. Okay, the next point, please.
The second point is about the traffic. I've been trying to have a meeting about Main Street development for, I'll say, 7 years. They've had a meeting with the school. Have you guys had a meeting with Manitoba? Highways? Maybe you should.
We
should
did at
ask.
the beginning of our
We-
term. We did at the beginning of our term. We had
Really
it.
details.
But it wasn't about that.
Well, you know, some residents know that the traffic light at school is gonna go back north 100 yards. I talked to my neighbor, he says he knows that for sure. I like to talk to them about, I found out from Andre that he told me that the Surface Road, I get lots of days, 100 customers a day. There's going to be, I believe, I made a suggestion that I have an access point, like a corner. I believe it's going to be a divider in the Main Street. And the fact my customers are gonna go up 150 yards from my store and make a U-turn on Main Street. And any of you guys just go at 7:30 in the morning and watch what happens on a fourth-rate properties going into Main Street. And it's a little bit of a nightmare. And at 5 o'clock, the traffic is really, really important. 200 units, 2 cars a unit, they gotta turn, but then they have to go back in. And now fourth rate's gonna come in unless they're putting lights there. It's gonna be causing a real major problem. And, you know, I have another vision of me being expropriated, the problem goes away, but that's another issue.
That's another issue. So your concern is traffic?
Big traffic issues, okay, but we haven't had I know the man at the phone, I'm calling him, now that I've seen what's happening officially, I'll be calling Modi and seeing what he's gonna say to me. But I can't push their hands to do it. I'd like to ask, I'm gonna mention one more thing, and that'll be my little dissertation. There's a thing out there called, I'm sure you all are aware of it, the Plan 2050 Winnipeg Capital Region. Last year, or a year and a half ago, East St. Paul, Qualico people wanted to build on the Meadows Golf Course a big condominium community. The Council of East St. Paul said no because of density. I don't have to tell you, the developer has the right to go and appeal. They appealed to the municipal board, and I'm not sure exactly, it was a year and a half ago, whatever, but it was before Christmas. And the Council of East St. Paul was vindicated, and they told Qualico they could bring another plan to the council, but they had to get the density lowered. That's correct, yes, not higher. I went on to the Plan 2050 thing tonight, or this morning, to prepare, and I'm gonna butcher this, I think, but I think I wrote it up clearly, I can read it. This is what it says on the first page of the program, of the 2050 plan. The benefits of regional collaboration with the maintaining the local character of the 18 different regional regions of community in the district. That's what it maintains. I believe, he mentioned that there's no comparable property like this in West St. Paul. I am not against development. I'm against this density. It's your decision. I will live with what you decide. But the fact is, the reason there's no comparables is this is an urban development brought on because of the 2050 plan that was instituted, let's say, 2 years ago, and all these developers are doing it. And the fact is that we have our rights to maintain our character, our community, and I leave it up to you four people.
So what is your question to the developer?
Well, I told them that I'm not against
So,
development, but,
In Garden 2050, what is your question to the developer?
well, the question is, the density is too much.
Oh, you think of the, okay.
Not think, I believe. People can think other things too.
Yes, okay.
That's all.
Okay, Mayor, may I respond to a couple of things?
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Song, one of the reasons that the East St. Paul application was denied was because they don't have wastewater ability at this point. So that was the main reason the municipal board supported them, because there's no services. So they can't service anything there. And part of it was also density. Plan 2050 has not been ratified yet. So these are some of the targets they've put out, we've now changed government. We don't know what's gonna happen.
Exactly.
So we don't particularly know that. What you're asking is, and correct me if I'm wrong, what you're asking for is a bigger setback, you're saying that the plan, like, where are you, we'll ask Andre, but you want 125 feet, we'll ask him where he's at, okay? I've had other conversations with you that you wouldn't mind welcoming multifamily, because it's more customers for you.
I'm welcoming, I'm
Yeah.
not just saying 200, that's all.
Yeah. I don't know that we can say, well, you can only do 100 or 200. We have to look at the application. If they're going for commercial, that's what we're approving. So I don't know if we can say to them, yeah, we don't like 200, go down to knock it down to 150. That's a discussion we'd probably have to have. But as it is, this is what they've presented right now. So you don't have a problem with commercial mix going next door to you?
As long as it's not competing with my store directly.
Right.
And I thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah, so that's the big thing for you, and the
I
setback.
never mentioned that to anybody in this room except Andre and me privately.
Right.
And you brought it up, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
And
No, I know it's a
funny thing-
concern for you because
I
you're the
never mentioned it to
only,
you ever before either.
the retail property on Main Street right next door.
Yeah.
So when we say we have never done that before, we haven't done it on Capitalist where you have a whole bunch of things, but you're the only one there surrounded by residents. So that's why it's an important question.
When I phoned him up and told him I couldn't come to his little meeting they had, that I was gonna be out of town, he came and talked to me and he mentioned about their commercial there. I says, well, we made to make an agreement. He agreed immediately. You know, we're not best friends. We're also not enemies either.
Yeah, I think he's tried to collaborate with you as
Yeah,
much
but
as he can.
He's done that better than anybody in 20 years for me, and I used to come to this meeting for 10 years, every meeting there was ever held.
Yeah.
And I know this from experience. Yes, I haven't been here for the last 7 or 8, and that's my choice. I come to certain ones.
Yep.
The fact is, and I told him I'd give him a compliment. He's done it as best that anybody has ever done in
Yeah.
this community.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
the thing is that, I understand that my value goes up, blah, 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 blah. The fact is, I don't want anybody telling me I can't do something to my building, because I want him to build on the back end of mine and make another condo. Why
Okay.
not? I told him he could start tomorrow, it's already zoned for that, so.
Okay.
You know, I'm finished, you never know you never know where it might come from, Teresa. The buyer might be right behind me, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Anyone else want to speak as a for?
No
Anyone
one
registered
else
for for?
registered in support or opposition?
Pardon?
No one else registered in support or opposition?
Okay,
We do have Jerry Belinkie registered for information.
okay. Do you want to come forward or do you?
Jerry Belenky, 354 Guardview Drive. Okay, first of all, we're only talking about the land. That's it. All the rest is noise. I mean, I'd like to know all these pictures that he showed, was this artist's pictures designed to show, or was it actual pictures of sites that they've built and they're gonna put it in? I'd like to know that, if that was a dream, just to sell this because we see it all the time. You know, it's always to show the best, and then you know what we get. Not always, but sometimes. The big thing I have with this is there's no sewer and water. We have a large development up north. It's already approved, waiting for water. If we get a cistern, as far as I know, it hasn't even been, the tender hasn't even gone out. Maybe it is, I don't know, for new water, and then it was supposed to be for fire services and commercial, I understand. But I could be wrong, things change. So by applying now for this lot, and we don't know we know what he says is gonna go on there, but I mean, there's no drawings. I mean, we just had a gun club here and we wanna know the specs of everything, right? And here's 200 and somewhat suites, and it's just, yeah, that's what I'm putting. The underground parking, I wonder how many stalls is gonna be underneath there. That's a question. Because I figure, and I'm gonna be wrong, but close, I think there's gonna be 600 cars going in and out of there a day, somewhere. There's 200 some suites, do things, plus the commercial area. It's a lot of traffic. I mean, we're at 2 now, right? 2 per suite?
Maybe, maybe not.
Well,
Depends if you have 2 drivers or not.
well, there's no bus
Yeah.
services, so it's.
No, I understand.
You know, so that's what I think, and I don't wanna see that just because the development is in there, that before the new water is available and the sewer apparently seems to be already saturated with the city, because I mean, they're dumping like crazy and they just got fined, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Keep to a point.
Yeah,
please.
so I know, but anyhow, I can't see them giving a promise of no competition. Because I see drugstores selling jackets, food, antiques. You could sell whatever he's selling, it's not as illegal, so I can't see them making a promise like that. It may be wishful thinking, but I can't see it being done like that. The big thing is the streets, both sides. What else? Yeah, the big thing is the subdivision. I mean, there's so many cars coming on, and we have a commitment already for sewer that we're pretending or planning for, Hiawatha and all this section here. So it has to be, but the big thing is, it's a blank piece of property. That's the thing that we're looking at. Whatever is in that zoning, that's what can go in there, and it doesn't have to have the commercial, it doesn't have to have, well, I guess if the zoning is putting in some commercial, it has to be that, but it's not saying the size. But the amount of suites, I mean, you give a rate from 700 to 1,400, so if they're all 800, do we have more? You understand what I'm saying? It's so in the open. I'd like to make a decision of this magnitude, but just the pictures and the area, I think is wrong. But that's my point.
Just for clarification, was that for, against, or information? Sorry, you lost me.
Well, I was for information, but I mean, this is, I guess, everybody's information. You do what you do. I mean, this is the thing.
I'm just
I mean,
trying to put you down as what you're here for.
Well, well, I could go down as against. I guess I'm sort of against it.
Okay.
I guess so, but it really doesn't matter. If the plan, if we could see what is going to be built exactly, like if we had the same strict focus on this subdivision as we had on that gun shed. And I'm not, comparing one, but I'm saying, like, we know the materials, we know all the things that are going into there. And here we're taking pictures. I mean, we got a nice center court, but is that what it's gonna be? I mean, it's beautiful, but is it gonna be that?
No, we understand that. And
Okay,
that
that's
was-
what I'm saying, like,
we
I mean,
understand
but
that.
that's, you're
But we asked the
focused on
question.
that, right? You're making a decision with the information provided, so I'm trying to.
Well, we just have to rely on the.
But we
general
enforce those through the development agreement where we set the aesthetics.
Yeah.
They have to follow all the setbacks, so we do get a say in what goes there.
Yes, but it's on what he brings after the site is approved.
Okay, so this is just for the property, and that's what we're gonna just.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, right? It's
Appreciate your
after,
comment, please.
I mean, what, you set up whatever he's gonna bring into that zoned property afterwards.
Just wait, Councilor Clyburn.
Yeah, to Femi, I'm just reading this letter from Manitoba Infrastructure.
Yep.
And it says right here on the statutory requirements that under the Transportation Infrastructure Act, that you have to be within the 38.1 125 feet control area.
No, I'm just trying to make a correction to say what the
Yeah,
application is.
but they're not gonna come back to us.
No, that is why, whatever building they're building on this property, we have to fall within the purviews of the zoning bylaw requirements in terms of what you just mentioned, in terms of the side setbacks, in
Yeah.
terms of height and parking, everything.
So he can put whatever concept he wants up there, he's gotta follow the statutory requirements.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that. Anyone else? Councillor?
Norma Albert, registered for information.
Norma Alberg, 312 Evelyn. For information, but hopefully it's to give you information as well. The pictures, they're lovely, and if that comes in as a facility, then that's amazing. I certainly understand Mr. Osong's concern about 200 units. You know, you can have the lovely buildings, but do you need that density? That's basically an infill between a residential home and another, so it becomes very overwhelming. The three concerns that I have are about infrastructure, and one, of course, is the highway. I believe from the pictures that their driveway will now be directly across from West Acres. So basically, you are looking at 200 units coming out, 200 units. The only possible way that could be controlled is with a controlled intersection. I believe that that's likely what this stretch of Main Street, Highway number 9, has to become because of the density along the corridor. So we have a street light at the trails, a traffic light at the trails, at Grassmere, at the school. There needs to be one there, then Masters. But you've really blended, and I believe it's a conversation that you folks need to have with Manitoba Highways. You're blending now urban density with a highway zone, and so I believe they also need to look at taking our speed zone down here. You can't have a 70-kilometer speed zone that people rip up and down here at 80 kilometers, and they're going to become even more impatient and probably increase that speed as they go from light to light to light. So it's a conversation that I think needs to be had in that the look and the flow of West St. Paul through this Red River corridor is changing, and things have to change so that everything is safe. The other is, of course, sewer and water, and to me, there's an easy answer to this in, I believe it was the 2013 service agreement for wastewater between the city and West St. Paul. There is a requirement in there, I believe the date is January 15th of each year, that the RM reports to the city exactly how many new homes, how many new units have come onto the system, and how many are now there. So you should, with your administration, there should be an annual report, unless we're in non-compliance, that has gone to the city each year, saying how many are on the system, because there's a set amount of units. So at least you'll know where do we stand. This might be a moot point. The same for water. All of the rights to the water for the current reservoir were sold to the 6 developers. So a simple table from administration where they collect from those MOU developers how many units they bought, how many they've used, and how many are outstanding. Although they have bought the right to it, the fact they haven't used it doesn't mean that you can take it and use it or sell it to somebody else.
I think the developer acknowledged that, though. They're aware of that.
He can speak to
But
it
for
again,
you,
but he's...
for you, for council, those are numbers that the administration should be able to provide for you.
Yep.
And then you don't have to be listening to us all the time saying, we don't have water, because when we do the simple math, we don't have water. So that can answer it for you guys.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any others?
Lastly, we have Eleanor Link, registered for information.
Yeah, Eleanor Link, 1045 Toshack Road. I'm looking at the commercial mixed-use table. I think it's on page 3. And this building And I'm looking at note B, for multifamily residential units, what this building is gonna be 45 feet high. I wanna confirm that with, that's what's proposed. And the question then is, has the fire department vetted this building? And can they service a building of that height with the equipment that they have? Or will the RM be on the hook to pay for a ladder truck for the fire department in order to accommodate this build? That's what seems to be happening, that our fire department equipment is being sized for the new developments. And it is costing the RM at large money. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm thinking of the shops of West St. Paul, and I believe that council was told that property, the change with this CM designation, the use of that property has changed because the market for the use that they planned on has changed, and people apparently don't want to lease, they don't want to rent, they don't want to buy. So correct me if I'm wrong, and does this developer's research complement that, what we were told about the shops of West St. Paul?
Just may I interject, Mayor Turgeon? The developer has indicated that this would be like a dentist's office. They would be that type of commercial versus a bunch of stores. So they did indicate that right at the outset of the application.
Well, I'd like to hear it again, I don't catch
And
everything.
the fire department currently can do 45 feet. So, but I also would like the question answered as why this was not circulated to the fire department. Because I've repeatedly asked for these kinds of applications to go through the fire department. And again, it's not there.
That happens in other RMs.
Yep.
We know that from attending planning, the
Board
provincial
meetings.
planning
Yes,
workshops.
it does happen, yes.
Thank you.
I would also like to ask the planner, when I'm looking on page 32, which is a letter written to you by Manitoba Infrastructures, there are 2 conditions of approval from Manitoba Infrastructures, and you only have 1 on your application. Why is that?
I have both of them.
Do you? Because I looked back and I couldn't see both of them.
Just give me 1 second.
Or did you try to combine the wording somehow?
No.
Okay, maybe I'm blind. I'll have a look again. No,
So these are
no, it
the,
says submitted to
yeah.
our office.
These are the 2. I put them on the screen.
Okay, but that's not what it says on their letter. Their
It's-
letter says the 3rd one, but it also, on page 32, reads as it says, the conceptual plan prepared for a mixed-use development be revised, taking into account our requirements
That's
and submitted to our office for review and approval.
Yeah.
Now, under your thing, it doesn't say Manitoba Infrastructure, it says our. So it has to be specific to Manitoba Infrastructure.
Yeah, so the way this is written, I guess that you can infer from what you're saying, but when you say "R," it means Manitoba Infrastructure. I think
R can mean the RM of West St. Paul.
Yeah, that is why we do all the comments as an attachment to the report itself. But I think it's more self-explanatory. But
Yeah, but your condition should read as if it's Manitoba Infrastructure requesting that.
yeah,
And your condition does not say that it's Manitoba Infrastructure. So it should be taken into account, okay, and submitted to the Manitoba Infrastructure
yeah.
Office.
Yeah.
Yeah, instead of to us, because the next one designates Manitoba Transit.
Yeah.
It's just a little detail.
Yeah, that
But
can
then
be-
it's not on our
yeah.
It's not the RM that has to deal with
Yeah,
it?
that can be corrected through
Okay.
the, through the.
If we could correct that, that'd be great.
When doing the
Any other,
resolution.
Is there anyone else registered?
No.
There's nobody else here.
Okay, good, just want to make sure. I'll have you come up with your mic, have the applicant come up and respond to the questions, please.
Happy to. And if I miss any, please point them out to me. So I'll start off with the setting the building further back towards the rail line. We would be amenable to that, but when we design, when we do site design, we use the guidelines and regulations that are in place. So the FCM does have a guideline, so it's just a guideline. It says you should set your building back 100 feet from the rail line, which we did. Ultimately, there would be a rear yard in the zoning bylaw that would also be applicable from the RM zoning bylaw that could be complied with, but we wanted to make sure that our application complied with kind of that overarching guideline that is used across Canada. So if council wanted the building moved, we'd be amenable to discussing that, but again, we just used the guideline that was out there, so that's why our site plan included the 100-foot setback.
What about the statutory requirement of 125 feet?
So in the front?
Yeah.
The building in the front varies from about, I think, 125 to 140 feet.
Okay, so you
going-
do have
going
a
back.
minimum of 125 there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It
That's
should,
good.
it should
That's
have
all
been
we-
designed to do that, but we're
Yeah.
still gonna have to likely do, work with MTI to get permits and access permits and
Yeah.
change of use permits. All that stuff will still have to be legitimized through their office.
Okay.
Yeah. Site pictures. The pictures are representative of other projects that the project team has done, not in this city, but in Calgary. So those are real pictures from real projects.
So you would come back to council with some final pictures if we asked you to?
Oh, absolutely, I would expect that as part of
Okay.
the design review process.
Okay.
And I think administration of the planner can confirm there's several new sections that have been added to your zoning bylaw to deal with design, to deal with landscaping, to deal with multifamily uses that weren't there before, that would be more stringent than a lot of other RMs in the capital region now. So your bylaw has been significantly strengthened through that last review. So there's lots of hoops we're gonna have to jump through yet. How many parking stalls? Again, it'll depend on final design, but based on those floor plates, we would currently meet or exceed the minimum requirements of the zoning bylaw. Again, we need to actually design the building. We can deal with floor plates right now, because that's kind of the most we can do prior to spending $1 million on detailed design, but based on the floor plates provided, we can meet the minimum requirements, if not exceed them. The access point, we don't have much control over. Onto Main Street, that's onto a provincial highway. MTI completely controls that. I can't control it, council can't really control it. We can make recommendations to them, but that's the guidance that they've given us. We do know that there are upgrades that are forthcoming to Main Street. They are aware of this application. They're aware that their recommendation is gonna be putting traffic, they see it as being safer when cars can meet and actually look at each other. Accessing a roadway, so that's completely based on their recommendation. We'd be willing to work with council and with MTI on revised access, but I think that MTI will be the decision maker in that regard. So we're just following, and I think those conditions, as mentioned previously, I think those conditions we've already fulfilled. I don't know why they were included as conditions, but either way, we'll have to work through them if approved. For the building height, 45 feet. We use that because it comes directly from your zoning bylaw. That's what the regulation is, so that's what we used. There's also additional regulation with regards to fire protection. This will be a multifamily building. There's building code. The building will have to be sprinklered. It's not like the building is left alone without any of those requirements. It still needs to meet building code, so that's another level of protection that's in place. I think those are the main ones.
What about the traffic? So
traffic?
somebody said, well, I think there could be like 600 cars. I'm thinking if you have 200 units, you'd have maximum 2 per unit, plus your commercial.
Mhm.
I can't see 600 cars coming out of there per day, but can you speak to that?
It would be difficult to say. I guess
Yeah.
the community or the building that we're trying to create is intended to keep people closer to the property with having some amenities there, so they don't have to leave the property
Yeah,
as
okay.
often. We know that West St. Paul has put significant effort into expanding walking trails, expanding all that stuff. People can use those as well. so they don't always have to take a vehicle. You've done a wonderful job of adding to those resources for your residents, and anyone moving in is going to benefit directly from those existing investments. So I don't know how people are going to use their vehicles every day, but I honestly don't know what to tell you for that exact number.
I think that the shops of West St. Paul were brought up, so
Mhm.
I don't know what's going in the shops of West St. Paul except for probably retail.
Mhm.
But can you speak to what would be in yours?
Yeah, so my client, the developer, has been in conversation with numerous professional services, doctors, dentist office, that have expressed interest in this site because there isn't anything out
Anything
here
in West
that
St. Paul.
currently exists. This area is developing as the kind of the center of Middle Church, and those services would be used by your residents. And those are the types of uses that we're looking to put in there. Smaller floor plates, professional services. Those are things that are needed by the community and would make sense.
You could have lawyers, doctors, chiropractors, that kind of thing.
Yeah, if you think about the development actually just across the river on Henderson Highway,
Yeah.
very similar types of uses. I don't think any of them are really retail, they're more professional service related. Because that's what the community needs, and typically those retail uses move to shops in West St. Paul or that larger area that's designated for those uses on the United Equity Zone.
Yeah, okay.
I have a question of the planner or to staff. In similar applications like this, of this types of density onto a commercial highway, have developers been required by councils to provide a contribution towards capital highway improvements for traffic control?
We have required, for, other applications we've received for like commercial developments, or schools. So it's something that we have done in the past.
Can you
The letter does state from Manitoba Infrastructures that they are going to improve this area?
Yeah. So then I can ask Andre then, and I think I may have brought it up before, but about a stacking lane northbound into your project, coming from Winnipeg. So has that been contemplated in terms of your discussions with MTI?
So it's my understanding that they will be taking property at some point in time. I think that was brought up during their notes of their comments, but they're gonna be asking for a certain portion. It's my understanding, again, based on conversations with them, that is an intended use for why they're taking that additional land.
So are you budgeting your setback for that?
Yeah, that's already been factored in.
Okay.
And then just maybe just to Pam then, how has that been calculated in the past relative to developer contributions for traffic control signalization? How was that calculated?
I'd say like, in the past, there's been examples where, someone would provide $10,000, in one instance. In terms of us having a trigger to do it in this case, just as part of the, rezoning process, I mean, I don't, like, the only, condition that could be applied as part of this process is that the development agreement be entered into. And because Main Street's a provincial highway, like you mean to.
Well,
for them
I'm
to
just thinking, like, I
provide a
meant,
contribution
didn't
for that,
when
yeah.
the trails of West St. Paul were being developed, wasn't it a condition upon approval that they had to do traffic lights at Highway number 9 at a certain period of time?
Yeah, and that was, required in the traffic impact study.
I'll just say, Councillor Pactican, I have a situation at River Springs where the developer wanted to put in a signal light and MI said no. And so now we're having discussions again about that because, again, it's a safety issue. So it really always goes back to MI, doesn't it? If MI accepts the recommendation, then yay, and if they don't accept the recommendation, they're gonna do whatever they're gonna do as far as widening the road and making it safe.
Were there comments from MTI or MI in this case for this particular, I can't recall.
It's right here,
Really?
page 32.
If I can just comment about us making conditions to MTI, we did it at Lister Rapids North. It was actually in one of the conditions we did, that they put a turn lane in there. And we were actually told back from MTI that
Can't do that, yeah.
that's out of our jurisdiction, and it was one of the conditions for the developer to get his, funds back in the development, so we had to remove it because it's not our jurisdiction.
Yeah, it's problematic.
Yeah, I just trying to flag it as a discussion point, because I know that people have brought it up as a concern, so it's just something
Yeah.
that we need to ask.
The applicant, they would have to apply to MTI for any access to Main Street, any change of use, anything that would be within the controlled highway zone.
Okay.
I'm just asking, Andre, so you have been in discussions with MTI, like they're fully aware of this proposal coming up, which might be good if they're changing the road all over the place, so.
They came to my office, we all sat around the boardroom table, looked over their design. And actually, I emailed the fellow that assisted us putting the comments together. Actually, I spoke with him, he said, can you provide me more context? So I emailed him saying, I don't know if your comments on this application are valid, because I think we've accomplished all those things already, and we're supposed to get back to you right away and happen. But I've definitely spoken with them numerous times.
So at least it's flagged in their system that you're presenting this, and
Yeah, they're definitely aware that this is the proposal,
And
this is the density, that this is how many vehicles.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your presentation. So now we're going to closing the meeting, 5.42. Yes. Be it resolved that council do hereby close the public hearing and resume the regular meeting of council. Could I have a mover, please? Councilor Pichetti moves, seconder. Councilor Paxton seconds it. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, call for the vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Now we'll go down into our second reading. 5.43. Be it resolved that the bylaw 2023-8P, being a bylaw of the rural municipality of West St. Paul to rezone the property located at 3828 Main Street from RR Rural Residential to CM Commercial Mixed Use Zone be read a second time. Could I have a mover, please? Councilor Pichetti moves. Can I have a seconder? Councilor Clyber seconds. Can I call for?
No,
any
let's have a
comments?
discussion.
Yes, thank you.
I'd like to see some conditions in the development agreement. And I know it's highly unusual, but I'm gonna advocate for, if the developer has indicated their professional services going in there, they've already had an agreement with Mr. Rasung, that we honor that agreement and that no commercial property is in competition with him. I'd like that to go into the development agreement. What was the other thing that I wanted to address? And that council see the building concepts before the development agreement is signed, so that we can see exactly what building and design is going into it before we sign off on that development
So
agreement.
full conceptuals?
Full conceptual, like,
Yeah.
if this is their final concept, then we will hold them to that concept. So that it doesn't change, that before the development agreement is signed. And also, two more conditions, I'm full of conditions tonight, that no building can go forward without confirmation of water units, and no building can go forward until we have confirmation of wastewater capacity. I don't think the wastewater is gonna be a problem, but the water, we just don't know yet at this point. We can't say definitely yet. We can say, we've been talking and so forth, but we haven't received anything yet, as far as I know. We don't have full confirmation. We did the same thing with River's Edge. The same condition with River's Edge is when water becomes available. So the same condition we have in River's Edge, we have in this one.
The way we could draft the sewer and water clauses would be that they have to connect to municipal water to be able to get a permit.
When it's available.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll put when it's available, because we don't have anything to give them right now. If we don't have it for River's Edge, we don't have it for them, right?
It does say in there that it's not available right now, so
Yeah.
they put it in, right in.
Yeah, but let's put it in the development agreement to cover ourselves.
Any other comments? Councilor Schick?
Oh,
Councilor.
So, yeah, I just want to say thank you to Andre from Landmark Planning and Design. I think they've done a great job with the iterative process, with the public consultation. They've had a number of consultations since 2019, so, and it was nice to see the presentation. I think, you know, I've heard from many residents that they'd like to see aging in place facilities and accommodations, and I think this will fit the bill, and it is nice in terms of the some of the architectural renderings that we saw, and some of the amenities that are going to be built in place for this development. And I agree that that we need to have plan approval before we go forward. And I was happy to also hear that that the applicant was talking about the stringent bylaw review process, or pardon me, the zoning review process, and that you know, he's going to have higher standards for architectural and landscaping, and I was happy to hear that there might be, if there is any signage, that it would be of an architectural signage nature. So that's positive. Yeah, I'll be supporting this application.
Anyone else, any else? Okay, can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Now we go down to 5.44, third reading. Be it resolved that the rural municipality of, be it resolved that bylaw 2023-08P, being a bylaw of the rural municipality of West St. Paul to rezone the property located at 3828 Main Street from RR residential zone to CM commercial mixed-use zone be read a third and final time, signed, sealed, and therefore passed as a bylaw of the rural municipality of Winnipeg.
Goes to St. Paul.
Oh, West St. Paul, sorry. Thank you. No, no. Okay. Passed by the bylaw of the rural municipality of West St. Paul. Further be it resolved that the third reading of bylaw 2023-8P is given under the condition that the owner enter into a development agreement with the municipality to address but not limited to use of land and existing or proposed buildings, the sitting and design, and including exterior materials of any proposed building, parking lots, landscape standards, provisions, design of green space, lot grading, fencing, including installation adjacent to the CP rail line, construction, connection, and maintenance of sewer, water, drainage services, and payment of development fees. And I guess, do I have to add the other?
No, because that would be in the development agreement.
In those items.
Right?
They can be addressed under those general
Yeah.
topics.
I don't have to mention it here.
No, it's very specific, what specific things you can address in the development agreement.
Okay. Could I have a mover for this, please?
So moved.
Councilor Patcan moves, seconder, Councilor Sherry seconds it. Any comments, questions? Hearing none, I believe this is going to be a recorded vote. Hearing none, can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, carried.
Mayor, I would just remind you that we're at 9:40, and if you want, our deadline is 10 o'clock. So
Yes.
if you want to continue on this agenda, we should probably extend it, or we're going to end up having
Yes.
to do another meeting.
I guess that's what I was going to have a discussion on. How far, like, you guys are free to go. Okay, just say no.
Thanks, Andre.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
We have one more planning item if council wishes to do prior to extension.
I'd like a bathroom already.
Okay.
It's just for false reading,
Yes,
so-
please.
Okay,
5 minutes.
so we'll,
Do you want to extend the meeting? Are we going to extend?
we
Because I
extend the
don't-
meeting? Yes. Yeah, we'll extend it to 10:30.
Till,
You
or
have to
till
do a
this one's over,
resolution?
just in case we end up over, or?
Yeah, we'll extend it, yeah, we'll
Just to
do
this
it
one,
to
yeah.
10:30, right? If we end before 10:30,
Okay.
we're
Okay.
not gonna stay here.
Okay.
Georgia.
So you have to have a resolution if you want to extend?
Yes, right, we do. So, Can we have a resolution to extend it?
I'll move that we extend the meeting to 10:30.
Yeah.
Second.
Ms. Shaw, do you want to give us wording on that? Be it resolved that-
Certainly, be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul extend the meeting to 10:30 PM.
There we go, it's
Can
on
we-
tape.
Councilor Clyber moves, Councilor Patcan seconds it. Any questions? None, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None, carried. Okay, so now we're on 6.1, first reading of zoning bylaw amendment. Be it resolved that the bylaw amendment 2023-13P being a bylaw of the rural municipality of West St. Paul to rezone a portion of the subject land as illustrated and identified as rural 3170 be read a first time. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Councilor Patcan moves, Councilor Bichetti seconds it. Any questions? Okay, Councilor Bichetti?
I understand this is just first reading, this is to put it out there so that the different departments can get some information on it.
Yeah, correct,
Correct?
correct.
Yeah, but I'm gonna also object to this application because.
Can I finish first?
Yep.
Sorry, I'm just, wanna put my, I would like to see some more, since it's going to other departments, what I'd like to see before second reading is upgrades to the way the road, that MTI and stuff has been talking about, that it's, that right now they wanna look, it looks like they're trying to funnel everything onto Capitalist, and there's supposed to be some changes to that. So this is the only place that we get to catch it in is right now, before it gets to this phase, before it gets full. I'd like to see proposed between the developer and what MTI was been talking about, getting the traffic to Grassmere. Because after this, there's no land left to make any decisions on, and this is where I think we stand, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna oppose this application. This developer has been told point blank, over and over again by MI, that he needs to put a roadway to Grassmere Road. He was not supposed to develop until such time as that has been established as to where the roadway is going to go and how it's gonna connect. Now we have an application. Why? We're just gonna ignore MI and then backpedal? There's no plan here. And I'm not gonna approve a plan that hasn't been vetted properly. We're not supposed to keep it on Capitalist because we have no way of getting out. We're supposed to have 2 exit points. There's no exit point anymore. The only exit point we have is on Capitalist, which goes back to Main Street. So we're gonna go around in a circle. It's supposed to go an exit point to Grassmere Road.
That's why I put it that way.
And that was always agreed upon. So why is the developer coming here? The other thing is, this subdivision map, I can't even read it. So I don't know how big the lots are. Do we know how big the lots are?
So this is for the rezoning, so the subdivision is,
You gave us the subdivision map.
I only use that to highlight that section of it that is being rezoned.
Well, obviously, this is the plan. So when you come back for the second reading, you're gonna bring us the subdivision, aren't you?
Not really, so the subdivision is coming separately. This map is here is just showing a this is the overall site of the applicant. I'm just showing this to show that section of it that is being rezoned, which is block 3 or lots 1 to.
But this developer is aware that they're supposed to put a second exit point on Grassmere Road. What happened?
Yeah, correct, yeah.
When they came for the application, was anything said to them about why they didn't include it? And what talks were done with Manitoba Infrastructure?
So that is why after the first reading, it's going to be circulated, and we will collect all the comments back, and that will form basis of the report. This is just for first reading.
Yeah, we could give him the comments, but he's already had the comments. He knows.
But this legitimately puts it there, but now that we're asking for it, we wanna see it in his plan. For second read.
So what you can do is just to say the first reading should not move forward.
Say again, please.
That council decide that the first reading should not move forward.
First reading shouldn't move forward. Should move forward?
Can I speak to it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I when I saw this, and I was just gonna focus in on the red triangle, or the rectangle. I'm not in favor of that, of the small lots in this development. I think the lots should be a little bit bigger. I've always been an advocate of larger lots in West St. Paul. And I get that there are some multifamily, but I'm not in favor of more multifamily here. It should be single family. And, you know, I see that as being problematic. Too congested, doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood. I mean, I would be in favor of not proceeding with first reading at this time.
I don't want to proceed because of the infrastructure issue.
Yeah. We have
And
a
if it goes to appeal, then fine, it goes to appeal, because Manitoba Infrastructure has clearly told us we have to have a second exit point, and they'll back us up on it.
So can we give the reason why we're
Sure. Yeah.
rejecting it?
You're not rejecting it, you're just saying based on what is presented to you, council is not ready to move forward with it right now, and that's it. Then you just give your reasons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so will that, will
You've
those?
heard our reasons, and I guess whatever he just said.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So then,
Change it.
we have to still vote on it?
But I mean, would
Yeah, we do.
the applicant developer would be relayed our reasons? I mean, that would be the right thing to
Yeah.
do.
Oh, yeah, there will be a resolution that
Okay.
goes to the applicant. and
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
Sorry?
Reason has to be given for rejection?
Yeah, the first reading can be rejected, yeah.
Okay.
Any comments?
No, I think we made our comments.
Okay,
Okay.
can I call for the vote?
Or does the staff have the proper resolution, or do you need more information?
You just,
No.
if you're not
No?
in favor of it, you vote not
Okay.
opposed.
Yeah.
Don't raise your hand.
Yeah.
All those in favor? See none. All those against?
Nay.
Defeated.
Defeated. Okay.
Okay, 7.1, regular meeting. Be-
Sorry.
sorry, that-
My screen went blank here. Okay, thank you.
Be it resolved that the minutes of the regular meeting of council held on September 28th, 2023 be approved. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Councilor Kleiber moves.
I'll second it.
Patrick seconds it. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, can I call for a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None, carried. Going down to 9.1, second reading of the bylaw to reduce speed in the school zone. Be it resolved that the bylaw 2023-12, being a bylaw of the rural municipality of West St. Paul to regulate and establish reduced speed school zone areas of designated highways, and repeal bylaw 2014-17 be read a second time. Can I have a mover, please?
Move.
Councilor Bichetti moves. Can I have a seconder, please?
Second it.
Councilor Paxton seconds it.
Mayor, do we have to designate the actual speed limit now, or do we,
Yes, it's in the bylaw.
okay. I'm just going through administrative thing here, so it's under,
It's under 3.0 and 3.1.
okay. So are we, I'm trying to find it and I'm not having success, so the question is 30 kilometers for both?
Certainly. It's
Oh, I
reducing
see
the
it now.
speed to 30 kilometers
Mhm.
on Holmes Road in front of the Dasmesh School and on Capitalist Drive on the King School.
Yep, I see it now.
And there's no change to the provincial highway Main Street reduction to 50 kilometers. And I will just note, I do see a typo on Dasmesh School. We will correct that for these two readings.
So,
What is the typo there?
Extra H.
An extra H, I apologize.
Oh, okay.
so there, when we're discussing it on Tuesday, 50 is doable? I wasn't sure if 50 was or not.
30 kilometers on
That's 30.
Holmes and Capitalist.
Yeah,
And 50 kilometers remains unchanged on Main Street.
Because they have higher speed limits.
okay, go ahead, yes.
And so, because they have higher speed limits on number 9, it goes to 50, and because it's, I think, 70 on the other roads, you can reduce it down to 30.
Okay, so that's the, okay. So I want to- Okay. Any other comments, questions? None? Okay, can I call for the vote, please? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Third reading of bylaw 2023. Be it resolved that the bylaw 2023-12, being a bylaw of the rural municipality of West St. Paul to regulate and establish reduced speed zone areas on designated highways and repeal bylaw 2014-17 be read a third and final time, signed, sealed, and therefore passed as a bylaw of the rural municipality of West St. Paul. Could I have a mover, please?
I'll move.
Can I have Councilor Shetty moves? Can I have a seconder, please?
I'll second it.
Councilor Pactan seconds it. Any comments, questions? Okay. Seeing none, can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. 9.3. Okay, now we're going down to 10.1. We have accounts for information. And then we go down to number 11, payroll monthly statements. Be it resolved that the payroll for the month of September as follows be approved as presented. Could I have a mover, please?
I'll move it,
Councilor
Mr. Mayor.
Pactan moves. Can I have a seconder? Councilor Verchetti seconds it.
I have a question
Yes,
about
go
the
ahead.
payment register.
Yes, go ahead.
I noticed that payment's already been made to Mike Valcourt, and did he incorporate our changes?
Yes, so that payment is a deposit on the work.
Okay, so, I haven't seen a rendering come back after we asked for the last change. Is that gonna come back to us?
There was an email that we summarized.
Yes, we sent out the final changes. It summarized the, I think an email went out, yeah, that should summarize the final changes.
Okay, I will look for that email. I don't recall that. I think that we said there was one other change we wanted to make when it came back, because,
I think it was me.
no, there's one after that. We'll talk about it after.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about it now. Thank you.
Okay, so for the monthly payroll, that's what we learned. I had it on. Any comments, questions on the payroll? None? I have just one.
Call the vote. Call the vote. Call the
We
question.
can still question before the vote.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. So I noticed that recreation has decreased by 20,000 from July and August, so I'm assuming that's because
Summer camp.
Scamp is, okay, that's good. Thank you very much for that. Okay. Can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. No monthly financial statements. No, let's see, where are we here?
14.
Going down to 14.1, miscellaneous correspondence for the month. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul accept administrative correspondence for the month of September as information. Can I call for the vote? Oh, no,
Sure.
sorry, can I call for a mover?
I'll move it.
Councilor
Second.
Pacton moves. Councilor Kleiber seconds it. Any comments, questions on it? None? Okay. Can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Going down to 15.1, miscellaneous dates. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul authorize attendance at the following meetings. September 1st, for our RM of Springfield 150th anniversary celebration, RM of West St. Paul facility tour.
I think, Mayor, that Councilor Bruschetti and I were both at that, but
Yeah, I know.
there was a miscommunication with our payroll clerk, and she sent it to the wrong email. So she didn't get my sheet, so she
Yeah.
said she's
Yeah,
gonna put
mine too.
that one and the September 18th one into the next month.
Okay.
The same thing happened to you, Councilor Bruschetti?
Yeah, I've got the 5th at that one. I was at the 17th with Deputy Mayor Pactican at the extravaganza, and the
Open house.
pumper delivery.
Yeah, you were there.
Oh, yeah, you were there.
We were all there.
We're all there.
And what about West St. Paul open house? We only got Councilor
I was not there.
And myself, yeah.
Yeah.
Push it, Giorgio and myself. No.
And was Council Kleiber there?
No, I was
No, oh, so
not.
that was used to, okay.
Yeah,
So,
the three of us were
I
there.
went to the fire pump delivery. That was open house for me.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to clarify that I've caught you all.
Okay.
September 1st, the Springfield 150-year celebration remains the mayor.
Yeah.
September 5th, the facility tour is mayor and councillors
Bichetti and
Kleiber
Kleiber, yeah.
and Bichetti. The September 17th, St. Teresa Church Fall Extravaganza was adding Councillor Bichetti.
Leave it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was there.
Oh, yeah, we sat there listening to everybody,
Did you win anything?
people all over.
No,
It was-
Oh.
He put a-
The fire pumper delivery, I'm adding Councillor Bichetti and
Kleiber.
Kleiber.
And the mayor was there
And-
too.
No, I wasn't.
No?
He wasn't.
I
No,
Well, you were out of
but I-
town.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
and Councillor Campbell is listed. And then the fire department open house, I have Councillors Campbell, Pactigan, and Bichetti. Thank you.
Okay,
I think we've got it straight.
everyone in agreement with that?
Yeah.
Okay, can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Mover and seconder? I apologize, I don't have it recorded.
Do you have it recorded?
I think I did that, but
No,
I'll
I
do it.
don't think.
I'll move it, I'll move it. That's
Yeah.
fine. I can move it.
Okay, move it.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Second it, okay. Can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? None? Carried. Okay, 15.2. Be it resolved that the council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul accept a bid for the supply of the one-track loader with a 5-foot wide sidewalk plow submitted by Duron Equipment in the amount of $109,514.50 plus GST. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved. Mr.
Councilor Patcan moves, Councilor Kleiber seconds it. Any comments or questions?
I think we fully discussed it at committee of the whole.
Yeah.
Yeah, just note that it is below the budgeted amount in our budget. So.
Yes. Okay, any other comments? None? Okay, call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? None? Carried. Okay, 15.3, shared health. Be it resolved that the Council of Rural Municipality of West St. Paul authorize the mayor to execute a medical first response service agreement with Shared Health Manitoba. Can I have a mover, please?
I'll move.
I'll second.
Councilor Kleiber moves it, Councilor Bichetti seconds it. Any comments, questions? Is it just me signing it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Any other comments, questions? No, can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Carried. 1454, mutual aid memorandum with the RM of West Rockwood. Where is this here? Okay. Be it resolved that the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul authorize the mayor and CAO to enter into a mutual aid memorandum of understanding agreement with the Rural Municipality of Rockwood. Could I have a mover, please?
Moved.
Councilor Patcan moves. Can I have a seconder? Councilor Bichetti seconds it. Any comments, questions? None? Okay, can I call for the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? None? Carried. Strategic, 15. 15.5. The letter that we have in front of us. Where are we with this letter? Oh, there it is.
Is there a resolution for that? It's not on here.
Yeah, down on the bottom. Okay, be it
This is the addendum.
Yes, that's what it is. So this is a proposed resolution?
Okay, it's not on here, okay.
No.
On the paper.
Whereas by their letter from the Minister of Municipal Relations dated August 3rd, 2023, the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul was advised that the municipality will receive $512,316.63 in a one-time provincial funding to support strategic infrastructure projects within the municipality. And whereas the Council of the Rural Municipality of West St. Paul wishes to use these funds and the interest earned on these funds to reduce the borrowing requirements for the installation of a wastewater collection system in the area known as Hiawatha Avenue, Minnehaha Avenue, Kennebec Street, Nye Avenue, Baldock Street and Eveline Avenue. Now therefore be it resolved that the rural municipality of West St. Paul transfer the one-time provincial funding of $512,316 $512,316.63 from the general account to the sewer collection system interest-bearing account upon receipt of the funds. Can I have a mover, please? Councilor Bichetti moves. Can I have a seconder, please?
I'm just wondering, why are we moving?
Can I have a
I'll
seconder,
second it.
please? Councilor Placacan seconds it. Any discussions, please?
Well, why are we doing this now? We don't even know if we have a yes or a no yet.
No, can you, want to speak to it?
Yeah, the intent is to, when the funds flow and become available, to move them into an interest-bearing account as soon as possible, and to generate interest on those funds as quickly as possible.
So you're saying if it's not,
If
if you receive
don't-
it, you're gonna put it into your general operating funds, and you don't have interest on your general operating fund?
That's correct. It's a non-interest-bearing account. So the idea is to get into the interest-bearing account as quickly as possible, and if we don't proceed with the LID, then we can transfer it. But we want to generate interest on it.
Well, do we not have any other interest-bearing accounts we could transfer it to? Like if you transfer it out, let's say it doesn't go through, and you gotta transfer it out, are you now gonna take it out of an interest-bearing account and transfer it to that wouldn't be wise.
Well, if you moved into a different interest-bearing account, and then the LID did go ahead, then we move it into the LID account.
Yeah, I know, but when you're, let's say you transfer it back now. Let's say it doesn't go through and you transfer it back. Is it wise to transfer from an interest-bearing account to a non-interest-bearing account?
If I could, I would suggest that council should decide where the funds would be allocated and transfer it to where you intend, should
So
the
then if we
LID
wanna
not
put it in
go.
roads, we put it in the road fund, or?
Yeah.
Right now, it's just putting it into an interest-bearing account to.
Generate
Okay.
Could it not just go into general reserve fund as an interest-bearing account?
This is our recommendation.
So we do have a general reserve fund that's interest-bearing, right?
Yes,
No, it's moving from general reserve, though.
it's from the general account.
Oh, the general account.
Checking account.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
So either way, we're moving it into one account. If it doesn't go, it's gonna go into another account. But if it does go, and we're moving into another account, we're gonna have to move it anyways into the, so we're just putting it into the fund.
We're just moving money around is what we're doing.
So we're just putting it into account where we think it's
Where we
most
can
likely.
generate
Yeah, where to generate interest and where it's most likely gonna be used, at,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
It may be.
Maybe.
Yeah.
No, I know, but right now, you know, it's where it's.
It's,
It
before
shows
it's-
good faith.
It's showing that we allocated it to that,
For the intended
Yes.
use.
to that
Yes,
intent.
yes, yeah. Good. Okay, can I call for the vote, please? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None? Carried. Okay, so now we are down to
19.
Adjournment.
19, or 19, adjournment. I thought it was Hey, it's pretty
Yay.
good. Hey, we did a good time here. Okay. Be it resolved that this meeting of council stands adjourned at 10:07 PM. Can I have a mover, please?
I'll move.
Councilor Bichetti moves. Can I have a seconder, please? Councilor Clapper seconds it. Any comments?
Nope.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I almost made it.
Any opposed? None? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you for showing up this evening, ladies and gentlemen.